Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Daddy Pill channel. Glad to have you all here. It is Sunday, November 16th, 2025, 10:40 a.m. And today is Sunday, so we're going to have a little bit of a Sunday-themed show. We have the Sunday Mass readings. We have a review of a Trent Horn video, who's a Catholic YouTuber, going over the 4 types of bad Christians. And then we're going to try to take call-ins and or super chat questions. So you can see in the banner here below, we'll be doing call-ins after review. In the chat, if you tag Daddy Pill for questions, I'll be able to see them easier and star them. And of course, super chat questions will be prioritized. So, what do you say we get started, Dad? Readings.
Oh, give me 1 second.
Sure. Ben looking like an
All right.
absolute king today. I know, doesn't he look good?
Thank you, the
Freshly
poop
shaved,
guy.
fresh shirt. We locked in, twin.
Okay, so let's just be aware that there's a little bit of a tension here. It's okay. The audience can see how it goes. In the past, like this actually back in 2023 was when we started. 2022.
2022. August.
The idea was that this
September.
was going to be like what I do on my channel, and you help me with tech.
That's correct.
And also, you can come on and be a co-host if you want and help me make connections and engage with social media. Okay.
Yeah.
That shit the bed pretty early on, which is fine. But, of course, it's difficult to really for no reason, but like, okay, yeah, there was a lot of like tension in the family. I had to get worked out. It's difficult to pick something back up that it's difficult for someone to pick up a project that someone else has without intending to destroyed. And so, yeah, like, so my attitude is going to be a little bit cynical, like, okay, well, let's see if we can do this. Because there's really no reason this was like sort of taken away from me. But I know it wasn't you, it was your mother, but you did it too. And whatever, we'll give it a try. So
I really appreciate you giving it another try.
I
appreciate it. Yeah. I think it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
I believe you do. Okay, but there's just a little tension baked in. That's all. Yeah. So someone did say in church, like, okay, why should I watch this Tricky Ricky, who is like obviously destined for hell if she continues her behavior with Barbara? Well, I don't know. If you want to go to church, go to church. I'm not a priest, true, but you don't need to be a priest to read the mass readings or to inquire, like to be able to field questions about Catholicism or the Catholic faith. I am a master of theology. All priests basically are masters of theology also, but I have credentials from a pontifical university, which means that I am declared by our Holy Father to be a master of theology. So if that's not good enough for you, go back to Barbara and munch on her vagina. I don't know what to tell you. Fuck off. Okay. So basically, this is me trying to discharge my vocational commitment. Like, I do think I have some insight here. If you disagree, that's fine. I'm open to that. I think there is in our day a demand to make sense of things, and I do think that the reason I don't work for the church per se is because there has been a lot of corruption in the church that is not intrinsic to Catholicism, but does happen. And simultaneously, also, we all know that my reputation has been destroyed. My public reputation has been destroyed, for which we will seek justice, both financially and possibly criminally, from those who did that. So here we are. Now, so that's just a kind of prelude. I thank you folks for being here. I do want to say also that in some sense, we are going to be like Grace and I are going to be sort of splitting a little bit from each other. Of course, all those who watch the drama content are welcome here. Obviously, I'm super happy to be part of that content. I think it's funny, it's interesting, or whatever. But here we're going to be doing something a little more substantive, a little more intellectual, and a little more, I guess you could say, serious. It's not a high bar to go from that type of drama content to a little more serious. But if that's not what you want from the Thorpes, then by all means, wait until Grace does her kick channel. And I'll be there to support that. And I think that's funny. And maybe not every audience is going to be open to both sides of the channel. But this is not a shit show theology attempt that is going to like be funny because everyone's going to troll it and I'm going to end up being a kind of theological lolcow. Although, whatever, you can try your best. And Grace, you're supposed to be promoting.
I was just waiting for you to finish. Damius, thank you for the $10 super chat.
Thank you very much. That means a lot to me.
Getting us started. Thank you very much.
I do have I don't know how I can say this. I do have to prove, I think, to society, to the courts, and that this and to my family that I can really contribute in a legitimate way. It's going to be a slower, I think, ascent, both because it's been put on the back burner and because intellectual content, it just doesn't have the same like viral aspect as drama content. So, and it's more niche, but we'll see what we can do. All right. I do want to say, no, you should say it, Grace, to chat.
Mm-hmm.
What the vibe is.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? The vibe here is not drama. That's why I'm timing out drama comments. You want to say anything hateful at all, feel free to come to ThorpeTube, talk shit, create drama on my kick channel. I'm more than happy to
look
have
what you
that.
wrote. Tag at Daddy Peel. Dad Peel.
Oh, I did misspell that. Okay. Somebody said I misspelled something in the
typo.
banner.
It's a typo. It's not a misspelling. You don't think that's how it's spelled.
Yeah. Typo. But yeah, it's just a different genre. It's a different feel. And so I will be modding the chat pretty heavily. And again, if you don't want to watch this
course, we
stuff,
both have a very strong sense of humor. This is intended for people who maybe like church is too churchy. I'm happy to have that space to have more personality based. I'm not saying I represent the Holy Roman Catholic Church or anything like that in an official capacity. I'm just saying that's not what I'm interested in is yucks primarily, but of course, secondarily, by all means.
Yeah.
I'm a layperson. I don't have a collar on. I don't have a bishop. I do have a bishop, but I'm not directly responsible for representing the bishop here. But I do believe that I am a Catholic.
Yeah.
Yes, IRL debates. Yes, I do want to do IRL debates, Poop Guy. And, those are spontaneous debates. I'd love to have more formal debates. The problem is I'm not sure how related it is to the drama content, but I've been blackballed from really all the Catholic channels. A lot of the Catholic channels, not Tim Gordon, which I'll give him credit for, but there is this evil bitch named Hallelujah who ended up modding a lot of channels that I would have gone on, and she immediately banned me wherever I popped up. She's an horrendous person, but the problem with these Catholic channels is they basically are super prophylactic about anything which might, right? So it's culty, it's wrong, but they're we need to be whatever. It's very convenient to bring in anything that's controversial and create kind of a bougie cult, which I'm going to break wide open. But the problem is they claim to be, they open.
Gatekeep.
They claim that Christianity can address all issues, but in fact, it just becomes a club of losers who worship women and enforce more rigidly than even normal bourgeois people, bourgeois values, such as not swearing or whatever the hell it is, or not being, and especially being anti-masculine. So we're going to break
On
that
the bright
open.
side.
How do you get around it? I don't know. My best hope now is to connect in some way with the Groypers and Nick Fuentes, who are on the rise, who I do think need a little bit of guidance from someone maybe who's a little more seasoned, but also is an outsider and in some ways an edgelord, but not the same type of edgelord.
Yeah, I was going to say, on the bright side, you do have solidarity with Nick Fuentes, who gets the most passive-aggressive, blackballed, gatekeeping attitude from the Catholic sphere.
Yeah, we'll break it.
So
whatever, it's breaking open. And the Trent Horn video is like, he has a thing with Trent Horn that I think is legit. Trent Horn is a big Catholic creator. Nick Fuentes is a much bigger creator. And Trent Horn wants to like poo-poo him constantly instead of engaging with him. And Fuentes will win that battle. But I don't think he has anyone on his side who has any theological chops. So I would offer my services in that department, although I don't completely agree with Nick Fuentes. I think he lacks sophistication in some areas, especially when he talks about, quote, the Jews.
yeah.
So that's your job to get me in with the Groypers. I've already talked extensively with Pine Slap and Splexo, and they found it in their hearts to be also little bitches and say that, oh, you question my faith. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we do on the internet. And they cried and ran away like little bitch boys. And we also interacted with whatever, Beards and Beardsley or whatever.
Briefly,
but
yes.
We'll see what we can do.
So to start off, we have the mass readings.
Brother?
Yes.
Okay. You identify yourself as someone who uses the term "my Nick" when referring to Nick Fuentes. Okay, sounds gay. Sounds about right. I don't think that he would see himself as your Nick, but whatever, dude. John's welcome to ask questions. John is welcome to come up and talk about theology. Like, I would prefer not to constantly talk about my penis, as like seems to be the only thing he can talk about. But anyways, today's the Lord's Day, and it's a good day for those with daddy issues to contemplate Big D Daddy, the daddy in the sky daddy, who is a father in a way that even biological father only can pale in comparison to. All right. So we'll start with the daily readings.
Yes.
We are not in church. No one has to be pious. You can send retarded little messages while I'm reading the Word of God. It's more laid back. But we are going to try to land the plane. Today is the 33rd Sunday in Ordinary Time. I am also smoking a cigarette, and I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, it's chill. Relax, folks.
The first reading is a reading from the prophet Malachi in the Old Testament, late in the Old Testament, chapter 3, verses 19 to 20. Lo, the day is coming, blazing like an oven, when all the proud and all evildoers will be stubble, and the day that is coming will set them on fire, leaving them neither root nor branch, says the Lord of hosts. But for you who fear my name, there will arise the sun, S-U-N, of justice with its healing rays. Okay. Grace, your thoughts? This in the late part of the Old Testament, you have what's called apocalyptic literature. It's also messianic literature. It's pointing to, like, we would say as Christians, either the coming of Christ, which was concomitant with the destruction of like the existing Jewish religious order, but also in a sense could be talking about the end days, which are ahead of us, not behind us. We don't always know what they're referring to, but there was a lot of destruction when our Lord came. And a sun of justice with its healing rays did arise in the form of the Pax Christiana, the beautiful millennial plus long reign of the church in Europe, which of course was imperfect. It wasn't utopia, it wasn't heaven, but which brought justice and goodness into the world in a way that has never been seen before, and which we are now, as Europeans, turning away from for no reason. But
yeah, I mean, I would say I like to be reminded that justice will come. I would say in the past when I heard those kind of things, it's like, okay, am I going to be part of the evil stubble? But now it's like, okay, I appreciate hearing that.
this is what you'll be, stubble.
If I don't count myself as the stubble,
But you
that
can be
there
a
will
glorious
be
mustache.
that there will be some retribution, for the shit that I've been through. It's nice to remember that, and it's
Pope
calming.
Benedict, Christians often say, like, oh, no, let's not think about that. Let's not think about evildoers getting burned by the fire of justice. Pope Benedict XVI, a very holy, a very gentle, very intellectual man, he said, like, that's like my biggest number one thing about why I like the Bible.
Yeah.
That, like, without that promise of justice, like, how could anyone bear the evil of this world? So,
which is funny
he
because
most certainly, in my opinion, is a saint. He hasn't been canonized, but most certainly, my opinion, is a saint. One of the most educated and gentle people who've ever existed, but certainly in modern times. But he also was like, yeah, no, I love hell. I love the idea of a reckoning, because otherwise this world makes no sense. You
right,
had
which
a thought.
is I wouldn't expect that from Pope Benedict, just because he's portrayed as such a gentle, sort of like intellectual guy. But
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with him. If people can
It's
just
a
do
great
whatever they want,
consolation
there's
to
no
us when
reckoning.
we suffer often for what seems like no reasons, nothing to learn from it. Especially your and my experience, there's nothing to learn from any of this stuff. You're not being like corrected, really. You're just being punished for nothing, for being like attractive and speaking the truth, which is crazy, right? Because others envy you. But it is consoling to say, like, okay, when we meet at the end of this veil of tears, this like crazy world, we will be raised up if we have remained faithful. And those who have indulged in this stuff will be punished. I love it. Other people say, like, oh no. But I think that is because they're doing evil. It's not hard to do
Why
good.
would you be afraid of that if you...
It's not hard to do good, but
Yeah.
apparently it's hard for a lot of people. Anyways, the responsorial psalm, the Lord comes to rule the earth with justice. You repeat that?
The Lord comes to rule the earth with justice.
Sing praise to the Lord with the harp and melodious song. Karaoke. With trumpets and the sound of the horn, sing joyfully before the King, the Lord. Refrain.
The Lord comes to rule the earth with justice.
Let the sea and what fills... That's not a question mark at the end of that.
I wasn't sure. Okay,
Justice,
yeah.
period. Let the sea and what it... You're saying I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say this? That's why you added a question mark?
No, I wasn't sure if I remembered it right. But yeah, okay. I got it.
That's putting you in it. I would just commit to the bit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it sounds like the refrain is, does the Lord come to rule the earth with justice? And it's not helping the cause.
Yeah.
Let the sea and what fills it resound, the world and those who dwell in it. Let the rivers clap their hands, the mountains shout with them for joy. By the way, you're smoking me out. Would you turn the heat up?
No.
It's like 90 degrees in here. Okay, but I'll open the window.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The Lord comes to rule the earth with justice.
Before the Lord, for he comes. By the way, do you know what, when it says LORD in caps, do you know what that means?
Isn't that what they put instead of the tetragrammaton or whatever?
Yes. Yeah.
So it's like a more respect.
So it's like a personal name. Before the Lord, for he comes to rule the earth. He will rule the world with justice and the peoples with equity.
The Lord comes to rule the earth with justice.
So Grace, you should be in you've had this long like debate about justice, right? And this thing of like, is the world, am I a victim of reality? Am I a victim of God? Am I a victim of the circumstances which the Lord has allowed me to experience, which are most definitely unjust, have been most definitely unjust.
Yeah.
And yet Christianity has an easy answer to this, which is easy in one sense to understand intellectually, but difficult to,
Remember,
really take
buy
on,
into.
which is that this
Yeah.
is just a brief, idiotic, in many ways, stupid life here on earth, which for whatever God's reasons, he chooses to give us tests or make things more difficult or better as he sees fit. Really, we won't know all of why exactly that happened until we meet him. But all we have to do is remain faithful. There's no guarantee. There's no promise within Christianity that your life is going to be cushy at all. Obviously, when we look at a crucifix, we would say, yeah, doesn't work out that way. In fact, it seems like quite the opposite. We should expect brutal punishment from this world if we remain faithful to God. And yet, when we look at eternity compared to this stupid little life, it's not asking much of us, but we have to have faith, because obviously we do experience the present and we lose sight of our eternal hope. I now have to, you can ask a question to chat, because I have to use the powder room.
Okay. Here's my question. Me and my dad were at a hotel and we were watching a Catholic EWTN, something like that, and they were talking about Saint Teresa of Lisieux, who's my personal favorite saint, and has been my favorite since I was a little girl. And they were talking about how Saint Teresa thought it was like she really took joy in offering her suffering to Christ. She suffered a lot. She was sick a lot. And I guess I'm kind of curious about, like, on the one hand, not that you seek suffering, but like you rejoice in suffering and you offer it. On the other hand, though, you're suffering, you shouldn't be happy that you're suffering, because the people who are causing you suffering will be held accountable. So, like, how do you maintain both gratitude for suffering and righteous anger at the people who are causing you to suffer, I guess? You good? Ready to come back? Did you hear my question? Okay. My question is, I was thinking about Saint Therese when you bring up suffering, and she thought it was beautiful to offer your suffering to the Lord, to share in Christ's suffering. And I guess my question is, emotionally, how do you maintain, on the one hand, like, righteous anger at those who are causing you suffering, and on the other hand, like, gratitude for the suffering and happiness?
Because you see that all the suffering that's given to you is given to you by the Lord, so you don't take it personally that idiots act idiotic towards you. And there's some things you can address in this life, and there are many things you can't. And so I think those things you're just meant to endure with suffering, and pray for people. And it's just not our job to fix the world. People who think it's their job to fix the world end up destroying the world even more than it's already wrecked. So, is it that hard to suffer? I think the worst suffering is feeling like, not only am I suffering, but I shouldn't be suffering. I should be like somehow eliminating the cause of my suffering. That's a fool's errand in many cases. But if someone steals $10 from you, I'm sorry, you're going to have to go up to them and say, like, I want my $10 back. It doesn't mean just being a doormat.
Right.
But if they say, what are you going to do about it? Like, it's probably not worth it. And you just let the $10 go. Or if they run away and they can run faster than you for what genetic reasons or whatever, you're also going to have to, like, let it go.
Yeah.
And, they'll be held to account. So hope they enjoy the $10 because they're going to pay 100 times that unless they repent.
Yeah.
So you can enjoy that, So the second reading is always like a reading from Paul. This is the second letter to the Thessalonians, chapter 2, verses 7 through 12. Brothers and sisters, it actually says brothers, but okay, this is the PC. Brothers and sisters, you know how one
I didn't
must
know that.
imitate us. For we did not act in a disorderly way among you, nor did we eat food received free from anyone. On the contrary, in toil and drudgery night and day, we worked, so as not to burden any of you. Not that we do not have the right. Rather, we wanted to present ourselves as a model for you so that you might imitate us. In fact, when we were with you, we instructed you that if anyone was unwilling to work, neither should that one eat. We hear that some are conducting themselves among you in a disorderly way by not keeping busy, but minding the business of others. Such people instruct and urge in the Lord Jesus Christ to work quietly and to eat their own food. The word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
Thanks.
Okay, this one is especially appropriate for the internet. This also is used to justify a certain type of capitalism, which is not. This can be taken out of context, but Paul here is saying that when he, who has every right to demand to be clothed, fed, and housed as a church leader, instead came and humbly worked hard and made sure, I think he was a tent maker. That was his actual profession. So he used to actually go and make tents until there was so much work to do in the ministry that he abandoned that. But he had no problem with working. Neither should we have any problem working. And the goal of being a Christian is not to not work, because work is something which is salutary, which is good for us to do. And we should work hard and not have this expectation that everyone's going to work hard for us. So all the people out there who want mommy and daddy to take care of them are losers, according to Christianity. On the other hand, there are people who are messes, and largely our society has become a mess. So the idea of just working being the highest good is not what Paul is saying here. And a lot of work itself has become, almost every profession has become thoroughly corrupt. And so it's hard to be an honest person. But if you're not doing anything, there are things that we could still do. You can, work in, you can fix houses, you can fix cars, you can make food that people can eat. You can, provide services. There is honest work available, and people shouldn't rely on others to do what they can do for themselves. So this, whatever, get a skill and apply that skill, and don't spend all of your time doing drama for the sake of drama. You can do it for the sake of YouTube, but not for the sake of drama.
You hear that, chat? Get a job.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Stand erect and raise your heads, because your redemption is at hand.
Alleluia. Alleluia.
Hallelujah. Okay. The gospel according to St. Luke. While some people were speaking about how the temple was adorned with costly stones and votive offerings, Jesus said, "All that you see here, the days will come when there will not be left a stone upon another stone that will not be thrown down." Then they asked him, "Teacher, when will this happen? And what sign will there be when all these things are about to happen?" He answered, "See that you not be deceived, for many will come in my name, saying, 'I am he,' and 'the time has come.' Do not follow them. When you hear of wars and insurrections, do not be terrified, for such things must happen first, but it will not immediately be the end." Then he said to them, Nation will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. There will be powerful earthquakes, famines, and plagues from place to place. And awesome sights and mighty signs will come from the sky. Before all this happens, however, they will seize and persecute you. They will hand you over to the synagogues and to prisons, and they will have you led before kings and governors because of my name. It will lead to your giving testimony. Remember, you are not to prepare your defense beforehand. For I myself shall give you a wisdom in speaking that all your adversaries will be powerless to resist or refute. You will even be handed over by parents, brothers, relatives, and friends, and they will put some of you to death. You will be hated by all because of my name, but not a hair on your head will be destroyed. By your perseverance, you will secure your lives. Okay, interesting. Also, in regards to the internet, the end of the world stuff, Jesus, popes, and largely the Christian tradition, the Catholic tradition has said, let's not let's not do this. The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, I think, warns us like this is a temptation. You could certainly argue that like in the 20th century, all of these signs occurred.
Yeah.
Mighty signs will come from the sky. Have you ever seen an atom bomb?
Right.
I mean, that is a mighty sign coming from the sky. Who knows if that's what it's talking about? And they also seized and persecuted Christians. Look at the Soviets. Look at the Nazis. And now look at like this kind of anti-Christian secularism that's like destroyed the West.
Can I ask you a question? If you're not supposed to read into it, like, is this happening now or not? Why is it in there? Like, what is the purpose? Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, he's saying a lot of people will come along and say, like, I know it's the end of the world. Be very careful about that. The church does give us wisdom in this area through the popes, and it's not a part of the faith, but like a lot of these appearances of Mary, we can see an interpretation of history there. It's not part of the deposit of faith, but the general consensus among Catholics, if you read like the Marian stuff, as well as what the popes have said, is that and part of this is like sort of miraculous, but part of it is also just like reading history from people who are soaked in the history, who are Europeans who lived through, and both Benedict and Pope John Paul lived through both the Nazi and the Soviet empires, right? Regimes, yeah. They, so they have a legitimate like something to say about where history is. Benedict said that the church is going to become smaller, but like more like real, and then it's going to like expand again. Pope John Paul said at the end of this century of bloodshed, there will be a springtime of hope. I think you could see that. Mary came and warned us about these great wars and like the retribution, which in most cases I think is just like allowing violence to occur. I don't think it's really like God sends down an angel. He just like lets us do our stupid shit. And I do think that compared to the 20th century, the 21st century is a much gentler century. I mean, yes, the thing in Gaza is terrible, but it does not hold a candle to like the two world wars. And I do think we as a human community are saying like, this is outrageous. Like, we're not going to do this anymore. There are a lot of tensions, but I don't really think anyone's about to, like, I think we've learned the lesson from the nuclear threat. Is like, no one's going to, there's only one country that I think would push that button. And I think everybody else just is playing this like sort of chess game, but they know like it wouldn't make any sense. So yeah, you're allowed to speculate as Catholics. You're allowed to say like, okay, I think these things have been fulfilled or whatever. But my take on it is that primarily we all are going to face the apocalypse of our death.
That's what Momo was saying.
That can happen at any moment. So I'm not sure. Right. So I'm not sure it matters so much that we get the timing of history right. Because you can't really prepare for your own death, let alone, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't think I just don't think we ever really, people look to religions to tell me how I know what's going on in history and how I can prepare for the future. I think Jesus and the Christian tradition say like, yeah, you could do that a little bit, but like, there are times, like we're in 2025, there have been times in history, you can see YouTube videos about it. Like, I think the 900s looked like just the worst, like just, and then you had the plagues, these are much better candidates for like, there'll be powerful earthquakes, famines, and plagues, but like it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Europe bounced back.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be optimistic about worldwide in terms of the spread of Christianity. Africa is booming, and demographically, they're both super religious and super fertile. So I don't really think like just because my people and your people have renounced Christianity, to me, it's like the Jews. Yeah, like God will plant the seeds elsewhere. I'd love to see us revive, but like I'm not. My card is not tied to whiteness or Europeanness. Like I'm all for joining up with the Africans, and I think the Asians also haven't had their time to embrace Christianity. I think they're going to. Why wouldn't they? They don't believe in like the Chinese don't believe in Marxism. They love Western stuff. How long does it take once you fall in love with who's that kind of half gay black guy, Dennis Rodman? You fall in love with Dennis Rodman, you're going to become a Christian pretty soon. You know what I mean?
Who's that?
Well, he was this guy. He was this kind of crazy, like half trans, like basketball player. But the Chinese, like they find black people fascinating, as did whites.
Yes, I do know
they find them funny and fascinating, and they bring it they bring their soul into being, I think. And so blacks are always religious. They will always bring kind of a renewed. I do think it is that blacks will like kind of save the world, and then who knows where we go from there. But I do think there's there's more to what God wants to do in this world than kind of. I don't see him batting down the hatches. But on the internet, holy mackerel.
Interesting chat from Momo. Begging is a type of work. I don't mind beggars. It's the entitled bums that infuriate me.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing about like with the Paul's reading there. If you don't work, don't eat. Catholic cultures generally see like begging as fine, legitimate. It's totally like there's no shame in begging. Whereas Protestant cultures are like, no, there should be. And Asian cultures also are like, no.
Well, there is some
for different reasons.
There is some shame in begging. If you're a fit 25-year-old man and you could get a job,
there can be. But I'm saying if you're like blind and you got a little can out, like there's no problem. Like no one would say get a job. But I mean,
some people could call us beggars, internet beggars. Salvo took that tack.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of cool to rely on the generosity of others for your income. It's interesting. It's an interesting life.
Well, there's always been three economies. There's like what could be called the white economy, 9-to-5 squares they used to be called. Then there's the black economy, which is like, and I mean like the black market. I don't mean like black people, but criminal economy, all that kind of stuff. And then there's the gray economy, which is like people who operate a lot on cash. The people who yes, so they're happy the infrastructure exists, but they're the ones who make sort of life worth living. Entertainers, artists. I do think that that's like the fundamentally human project is to delight in existence, and that's manifested through art for people who are not called to the monastic life, and manifested through monasticism for those who are. We're clearly not. We're scumbags.
were dirtbags. You've got the plebs, you've got the criminals, and then you've got the creatives.
Yeah, and the squares, it's like a lot of that stuff, like people used to say, like, oh, I work hard, I sweat, and that's Loserville, and obviously it is creativity which gives birth, like the religion gives birth to the festive, which gives like the inspiration to the brick layer
Right.
to build
Right.
something beautiful. It's and they're all valid, but like,
sure,
our Lord said to Mary, who was sitting at his feet, she is doing the right thing. And this, crying about that you have to sweep is Loserville.
Suffer Martha.
But what if that's what you're called to do? You're called to do it. But like, we are as Catholics, like artists, I think, not like worker bees. The joy of life. I mean, Jesus never really did. You could say Jesus went around begging too. Like he didn't really have an occupation. People want to make him into like a junior carpenter. There's no evidence whatsoever that he even like lifted a finger in Joseph's.
He was OPC Don. He was OPC Don. He was a hardworking Puritan carpenter, folks.
Maybe he was. I don't know. It doesn't. We don't know much about that. But the idea that he definitely was a carpenter who learned the trade from his father there's no evidence for it. And he seemed to mostly walk around saying like, I don't really understand why you're so worried about money if the flowers don't need money and the birds don't need money.
Right.
What are you so worried about? God will take care of you. Love life and you'll be taken care of. Which is true. If you have kids and your kids just love life, that's why people have kids. You say like, why do people have kids? It's a lot of fucking work. It's a lot of like expense. Because kids make you happy to be alive because they're naturally happy, and then they turn into shits later. But like, whatever. Yeah. Whenever you see a little kid, you just like, I mean, I've met very few little kids. There are some who are like sour, but for the most part, little kids like remind us of what life is all about. Also, Black people.
Yeah.
Who are childlike in some ways.
And women, to a certain extent.
Not really.
Okay, never mind.
So those are our mass readings for today. We hope you've enjoyed them. And
okay.
They're a little stern, honestly.
Yes, a little bit. Yeah.
So but that's an aspect of Revelation.
We have two questions. I know I said questions after the review, but we'll do questions after the reading, and then we'll do more questions after the Trent Horn video review.
My door's open.
Okay, that's fine. YouTube Launchpad, which is an OPC Don alt. You think you're slick. You're not, buddy. At Daddy Pill, what is the Catholic take on the verse about those who, quote, deny the faith and are worse than infidels? What exactly does that mean?
I don't know what verse you're referring to.
Let me look it up. Deny the faith worse than infidels.
There are those who are, I think that would be a reference to heresy or apostasy or schism.
Okay, it's 1 Timothy chapter 5, verse 8. But if any provide not for his own, and specially for those of his own house, he hath denied the faith and is worse than an infidel.
Oh, okay. So this is about, this is a question about responsibility? Looks
like it. Yeah.
Well, can you give me some context there?
I'm sorry, yes. Okay, okay, this is not King James Version, but this is the full verse. It's verses 3 to 8. Take care of widows who are destitute. If a widow has family members to take care of her, let them learn that religion begins at their own doorstep and that they should pay back with gratitude some of what they have received. This pleases God immensely. You can tell a legitimate widow by the way she has put all her hope in God, praying to him constantly for the needs of others as well as her own. But a widow who exploits people's emotions and pocketbooks, well, there's nothing to her. Tell these things to the people so that they will do the right thing in their extended family.
Mm.
Anyone who neglects to care for family members in need repudiates the faith. That's worse than refusing to believe in the first place.
Right. Okay. So it's actually not about like being responsible yourself, but taking care of others to whom you have legitimate obligations, that you should do this generously and you should respond to God's grace with generosity of your own. You're saying this is OPC Don?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. OPC Don is a Protestant like volitionalist, I think, at core. He's welcome to correct that. But um the idea here is like very much that Catholicism says like you should do things in response to God's grace, which is freely given. But Protestants generally deny this and see it as works theology. Although some do recognize that, like, yes, your response to the gift of salvation should be fruitfulness. It does not mean that you should necessarily spend your entire life taking care of extended family. It would only be in, circumstances. But
You know what's interesting to me? A lot of the Bible
it's
is
a common sense.
It's like common sense, yeah. It's just interesting to me that like there's all these debates, and I get it. I'm not learned or whatever, but like it seems pretty common sense. It's like if she's genuinely a widow who cares about other people and she lost her husband, take care of her. If she's scamming and she doesn't actually care, like
If she's acting the hoe,
Erica Kirk, then don't.
Yeah, you don't need $6 million.
$6 million. Why did they choose that number? Anyways. Yeah, it's like pretty common sense. Like if she's, if somebody needs help and they're related to you, help them. If they're,
I think what he's
you,
addressing
be
here
wise.
is this kind of idea, like, of going too far in the direction of like faith, and saying like, well, you still have obligations to people, and you're part of a community, you have obligations that you should fulfill. And this idea that it's like Christianity is like about being a scammer. Is not what Christianity is about. I don't really think these days you find the same kind of thing, but it is also just like common sense. Like maybe there were people who were doing this thing, like, because I'm a Christian, I can just like scam, and because I am spiritual or whatever. I mean, I know there are a lot of people these days, like I can think of people in my own family who just sit there taking pensions that they don't really deserve and social security payments that they haven't really earned, and feel like because they're babbling endlessly about the Bible that it's somehow worthwhile. I don't think that's true. If you have the calling, great. If you don't, shut up. Maybe cook someone some food, take care of your grandkids,
especially for women.
Interact.
Maybe do something nice for someone else and stop talking. El Jim with a slightly less biblical question. Is God even relevant in the information age when we've got neural networks hardwired to our mushy brains and robo dicks neurally enhanced for maximum pleasure? We will all become God? ? Thoughts?
I believe in 2025, one of the beautiful things is that, like, because partially because of these developments, we recognize all the more like how unique it is to be a human being. If you look at AI, for example, even on YouTube, it really doesn't. It really, like, machines really can't replicate a human experience in any way, shape, or form. There are people who, I guess, try to do it, but it's largely been a failure. Remember a couple of years ago, they had this like these things. They're like, everyone's going to be doing this. Actually, no one's doing it. I think the people who invested a ton into it, like Mark Zuckerberg, lost like many billions of dollars thinking that like people were going to take this leap entirely from reality into this like virtual reality where you can meet Mark Zuckerberg and pretend that you're not the loser that you are in your fucking gamer chair. Didn't happen. And so those people are now okay, like, so people who thought like, oh yeah, that'd be great, like, it largely didn't happen. And the internet largely has become a place where people are still people. And the most interesting thing is, again, heads talking.
Yeah.
And so like the idea, like, well, we outdid it. We fixed the code. And you look at like you also look at people having sex with each other and fantasize about it. It's not really like we're not in like a new age. It's the same
No.
old shit.
Even Ice Poseidon
People
doesn't
used to
stream
fantasize
with those VR.
about two people having sex. Now you can pull it up on your screen. It's not really much different. It's ends up being kind of silly when you get old enough or mature enough, or when you have actual experience sexually. But people can go, oh no, the whole world has changed. Like penises no longer are penises. The vaginas aren't really that interesting anymore. I don't think that's true.
Yeah, right. I do delight in the fact that VR failed absolutely miserably, and you did call that.
Thank you. I wish I could have financially
bet
against it, but
yeah.
I think Facebook Meta had so many. It has so many pots in the fire that you can't really bet against AI. But they absolutely said by this time every truck on the highway will be driven by a computer, and none of them are. And I don't think they ever will be, because AI just can't do what human beings. There's no actual awareness.
But people don't watch porn on VR headsets. They don't game on VR headsets. They don't talk to each other on VR headsets. They don't do any of that shit.
Yeah.
Even Ice Poseidon, he had a kind of cool setup for IRL streaming with a headset. He doesn't do it. He just uses his phone. Like, people prefer their eyes. It's like it didn't.
And other people, if you come around with this thing, like, hey, like they're just like, I don't want to do it. So
yeah, every truck is driven by AI, an Indian. All right, so that's the end of the questions. Again, if you want to...
I don't think that... I are a lot of Indians truck drivers? I don't think so.
I don't see that personally.
It's like old
when we go
white
on
men
road trips.
and
I see
some
old white
Hispanics.
Guys, and some black guys, too.
Some black guys, yeah.
Africans, too. But I don't see a lot of Indians. Yeah. I see Indians.
The Indians are running the
stops.
motels with the truck drivers, yeah.
Exactly, but I don't... Okay, we have another question before we move into the video review. Squat Rex says, what are your thoughts on Catholic mysticism?
Love it. Love it. In fact, that's the great heritage that we need to re-tap into. We, largely on the internet, are stuck in the 16th century having debates between Protestants and Catholics about, like, biblical interpretation. Those debates have already been long since resolved in favor of Catholicism. Anyone who continues to have problems can look it up. But mysticism is, reading the scriptures more deeply, connecting them with our lives, making the stories of the Bible our story, and like that is what mysticism is. And we've become far too rationalistic in our religion. So the idea. People are now getting ultra rationalistic because of debate, bro, and all that stuff. And it is correct for sometimes Protestants to critique this. There are Protestant mystics too, and say, like, you're not actually connected with Jesus Christ, like kind of on a personal level, and you're not connected with the community on a personal level. You just say, like, these are things I assent to. I do these rituals, and that's sort of a dead experience of religion. True. And we should also, I think another part of mysticism we have to be very careful about is seeing in not only our own personal lives, but also in history, what's going on, and connecting, the scriptures to, like, today, and like, how do we... And anyway, that's a good segue to our next segment, where Trent Horn, who is probably, let's say, the edgiest mainstream. No, not the edgiest, but like...
Can't forget Tim Gordon. Well, he's not mainstream.
Well, those cuckoo clocks, you got the cuckoo clocks who are like anti-Catholic Catholics, which I don't even understand. But like among kind of mainstream Catholic, what they call Catholic apologists, he's been the most willing to, like, address, like, the red pill issues of the red pill, and kind of say, like, there is a point of robustness and not being so nice, and yet he's so securely, like, in this bougie world. So, well, let's look at his analysis. I think it's an interesting analysis where he tries to split Catholic creators or Catholic voices into the four quadrants that people have split
Politics
into. Yeah.
yeah.
And we, unfortunately, this is part of where mysticism needs to come into play. The American religion is politics. Unfortunately,
Yes, absolutely.
we don't really have a rich, even though people will say like, "Oh, America's super religious," not really. And we tend to equate religion with morality, and also like you find these people who will like it's super easy for a relatively idiotic intellectual to say like, oh well, religion is necessary to keep the people in check and to provide utilitarian value to a society. Like that's just such a weak take. It's that Jordan Peterson crap.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously,
kind of stuff.
if obviously that's like just a ridiculously Gnostic take. Oh, we're the ones who really get it. But like we need to keep the sheep in the pasture. Obviously, if you tell the sheep that that's what you're doing, they're going to say, "Well, fuck that."
Yeah,
That's
that it's just
not
a
what it
made-up
is.
story to keep you subservient or whatever.
Yeah, or at best you could say, "Well, these are myths that help us understand psychological forces." Okay, so like Jesus, did he die on the cross? Am I going to heaven?
Right.
Are you a Christian? Oh, it depends what you mean by that.
We have to
You gotta-
determine.
That's
All
one
right.
of the most difficult questions to answer. No, it isn't.
Brief shilling before we get into the video. Again, tag Daddy Pill in the chat if you want to ask a question. And we do have a. We're trying to get more subs, so please subscribe if you're not. We're at 2.5k, trying to get to 3k by the end of November. And we do have a $50 donor goal. We're 1/5 of the way through. If you enjoy the content, please donate. Please donate. We appreciate each and every donation.
And like,
But
put
pay
a
that
like
child
on.
support. And like. Yes, please.
Well,
Like.
why don't we do a like drive right now?
All right, how many likes do we have? 13. All right, let's get to 30 likes, folks.
55 watching, which sucks, but like appreciate it. Let's get it to triple digits so Daddy can feel less like a loser. But I know you can't do that. Although there's such a thing as multiple devices.
Darius, how do I get the bot farms going? Let's go, buddy. How do
Tell
I
your
send
friends,
kicks
tell your
on
family,
here?
but like, can we at least get? Cannot
You can send a 99-cent super sticker.
Yeah,
and
no, it's
that's
99
times.
It's 99 times higher entry level over here. On the
You
YouTubes.
can't do your little kick jokes. Yeah, that should cover lunch. Hilarious. All right, let's get to 30 likes. Come on, we're at 14. Now we're at 18.
Hey, we broke
Come
60.
On,
We
12 more
broke
to go.
60.
12 more to go.
65. Look, we're getting it. Thank you for telling your mom to turn her phone on. I do really appreciate it.
That's very nice of you guys. 19 likes. Squat Rack with a $10 dono.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Squat Rack. Thank you for the dono. That takes us to 20 out of $50 total dono goal. Thank you very much, Squat Rack. My favorite kind of super chat. No comment attached. My favorite kind.
All right, so let's shift gears in response to the super generosity. Thank you for putting the likes in. Thanks for driving the numbers up. Thanks for the dono from Squat Rack, and let's give the people what they want, some substance. And then hopefully, I want to do this thing like The Line is a big channel of atheists, where they say call in, we'll take your calls. I want to do that. Protestants sort of do that sometimes.
Yeah.
But the day of the atheists being interesting is long since over. That was the early 2000s. That was the aughts.
True.
The rise of what is called the theists is now. And I want to hear from folks who are critical, folks who are confused, folks who are like, I want to have those conversations. So
yeah,
if you know someone who might be interested, I'm not here to judge people, but I will try to make a forceful claim for Catholicism, at least in theory.
Yeah. All right, so moving on. This is Trent Horn, The 4 Bad Kinds of Christians posted 4 days ago. Let's
Yeah.
delve in.
And maybe if someone has a question, they can use this as a kind of like basis for a question. Trent Horn himself is Catholic, mainstream Catholic, I think. He's somewhat right of center. He's somewhat of a traditionalist. He's somewhat skeptical, I think, of Pope Francis and Pope Leo, which I am not. But let's roll.
There are Christians that make you proud, and then there are people who identify as Christian that make you cringe and wish nobody ever knew who they were. But what exactly makes someone a bad Christian? On the one hand, everyone, including me, is a bad Christian when we sin and fail to imitate Jesus Christ. But today I'm going to describe 4 types of Christians whose most extreme members
Can I ask
cause
you a
great
question?
harm to the body of Christ.
Yeah.
Has Trent Horn been like working out, or is he wearing a jacket that's supposed to make him look more like? Do you see that? No.
I did not notice that. You think?
Well, the
he's looking a
shoulders
bit
are quite
bulkier?
broad, but those are home inserts, I think. But okay.
I mean,
Just noticing.
what I'm is that I don't know much about men's suits. Do they generally have like structured shoulders, or is that like a cope thing?
To varying degrees. There's nothing wrong with it. It just emphasizes certain things. I think Trent Horn is interesting because he is, I don't know how to say this. He was raised Jewish. He has the Jew fro. He's kind of a scholarly type of person. I don't think he's very tall or athletic. He's kind of a nerd, which is fine.
Yeah, definitely.
But I do think he's trying to like be more like in the ring and call out people. But I think especially what goes up his ass is Nick Fuentes. This whole thing is a Fuentes diatribe, but like
it is.
It's all framed.
It's all a build up just to talk about Nick Fuentes without talking.
And
about
he will
Nick
not
Fuentes.
get in the ring with Nick Fuentes, and I really think he should and stop.
He should
such a
debate
pussy
him, yeah.
just because he called your wife names, which I do think are unfair. I do think that Laura Horn is very funny and very kooky, but like she's not a bitch by any stretch of the imagination. But whatever, get over it.
I agree.
She's a
Tyrone,
content
thank you.
creator. That shouldn't prevent you from being able to have a conversation. And Nick Fuentes generally will have respectful conversations. He doesn't come in swinging.
Tyrone, thank you for the $5 super chat question. We will answer that after. And also, Crazy Stew, I just wanted to say, because I care about this somewhat, I find it interesting. Have you reviewed Hitchens' critique of Mother Teresa? We were on that channel with that guy Max who talks in a crazy Venezuelan Uruguayan accent or whatever. Hello. And
that channel is called Yerba Mate Talks. And they do modern day debate after parties. They are now doing, because this is another interesting thing we were saying about the debate sphere. DebateCon is not on YouTube. You know that, right? Like
I thought it was members
behind
only.
a paywall.
Yeah, it's not free. Yeah.
Which I don't even know if they're planning to ever like take it out from under the paywall.
No idea.
I think that feels like either you think you're so big that you can charge that money, but like I think from what I've seen of the people who watch modern day debates, they're not that committed. So I think like you're going to lose most of your audience for your like premier event of the year by putting it behind a paywall.
Yeah,
but I understand if you just are going to wait a week and then like have it out from under the paywall. I just think the best model at this point on the internet is like let it, have it be live on YouTube and charge people in person.
Yeah, but I can see why they're paywalling though, because if you don't paywall, then why would anyone go to the show? They can just watch it for free.
Well, I mean, what's the most successful paywall in history is boxing events, right? Which are extremely expensive to go to in person and are extremely expensive on pay-per-view. But like, there is a kind of like, I want to be there when Tyson knocks out this guy, and oftentimes the boxing match lasts like 45 seconds, right?
Yeah. Right.
So it's like, but that has a kind of appeal where people are going to have a party for the boxing match, like the Super Bowl. So Super Bowl could probably be paywalled also, and people would pay. It's not paywalled? Though. It's not paywalled. No.
But you have to have cable and stuff.
No. It's on it'll always be on a major network. And they make their money from advertising, obviously. It's like $1 million for a 30-second spot.
Yeah.
In the Super Bowl, and it becomes like the halftime show becomes this national referendum on like black people for some reason.
Yes.
And racial whatever stuff.
But
even the Super Bowl doesn't do that. So like
it's dicey. It's definitely dicey. Yeah.
I think it's better to go with advertising.
Yep.
Unless you're big enough. I mean, I know it's DebateCon 6, but like you're not really drawing. It's just a different model. You can charge people to come in, but I think you're still you want to create buzz around this and you want to up the quality. But if you want to basically sell yourself to a group that's gonna like say like our people will fund in person and like the paywall, okay, but like that's not a model for growth. That's a model for like harvesting an existing audience.
I can see that.
But they might do clips or something. But like, I just don't really
do
think
clips. They don't really do clips. They just do.
I just don't. I mean, they should be. They should be putting out clips at least to draw people into the pay-per-view. But like, we'd be like absolutely super high on the list of people who would want to watch this stuff, and like, I ain't paying.
Yeah, right. I agree. But I wanted to say to Crazy Stu, the Hitchens review of Mother Teresa. We were on this channel and this guy brought up, oh, Mother Teresa, she's a terrible person. He called her a bitch, which is crazy. So I actually did some research into it, and it's largely just like, this just total bullshit. Hitchens thing is bullshit. This thing that she didn't, I mean, I just like,
well, it's not bullshit, but it's.
No, it is bullshit. This thing that she denied people medical care. India would not allow anesthetics. Like it had an anti-opium, their opiates. It had an anti-opium policy when she was working. She wasn't even trying to provide medical care. It was hospices for people who were rejected by hospitals and were dying on the streets. And this thing about like she was a sadist, she said that their suffering was beautiful and tried to provide them human comforts. And like, and this idea, I'm just saying what I read. This idea that she got the best medical care when she was, she got cancer or something like that, and she didn't care about the Indians, but she cared about herself.
No, she had a heart condition.
Heart condition. Her doctor said she was the worst patient he ever had because she wouldn't rest. She just kept getting out of the hospital and going back to work.
Yeah, so she wasn't worried about dying.
Bullshit. Yeah, it's just awful. And
she lives it like these nuns. These nuns. If you there's a documentary that I used to show to kids, and like these nuns, like she's like, yeah, it sucks. Hey, you're here to experience nothing but like poverty your whole life. And to work all day and then pray and then like sleep on the floor, no hot water, no showers ever again. And if you don't like it, get the fuck out of here. Right. Yeah. So like, what is this like? Well, they lived in the lap of luxury. If there's ever been a religious group that does not live in the lap of luxury, it is the, what are they called? The Sisters of Charity?
Sisters of Mercy, I think.
And they don't even, the Sisters of Mercy, they don't even allow, no, they're not the Sisters of Mercy, I don't think.
I don't remember. Chat.
And they don't even allow people to fundraise on their behalf. Period.
Nope, they just take donations, but they don't.
They will not allow a fundraiser. So, like the idea they're all about money is just ridiculous. I did when we sold a house a long time ago before this recent like real estate thing. I did give them several $1,000s, and they wrote me a nice little note. And like, I'm glad. I never got a phone call. I never got on an email list because like 100%, that's the beauty of it. You know that 100% of whatever you donate goes to doing good and will redound to you. You will be repaid in heaven. And that goes for here too. That's why Damius Octavius and the other guy there are making a great investment. You give money to Grace, she'll waste it on whatever the hell it is that she puts on her face and trying to get Lalo drunk at a gay bar. Okay. You can do that for that investment. If you want to go to heaven, give us money now.
Giving Lalo money to go to a gay bar is charity work. But the last thing I want to say about Christopher Hitchens
But
is
the thing
he-
about
no,
Mother
let me just say
Teresa,
this.
it's
He
like, I
himself
get
said-
it. You're going to go after someone who is obviously like the untouchable pinnacle of what Catholicism can look like. Great, go do it.
Right, and she's a woman on top of it, which is like,
Right.
it's doubly bad. I'm sorry, it is
Right.
doubly bad.
She's a strong woman.
He himself,
She's like
He
she's
himself
not
said-
really all that like she's open to other cultures and religions. Like she's everything the modern, like she's the best argument you can make for Catholicism. But you want to say like, oh no, I'll take her on. Okay, good luck. I mean, whatever.
edgelord crap.
Yeah, it's
But
just edgelord
even he
behavior.
himself said, Mother Teresa changed the attitude towards the sick and the poor of India permanently.
Who,
So, like,
Hitchens?
Yeah, he himself said that. Like he's
just
radically
his issue
changed
is
it.
daddy issues. If you want to understand the Hitchens brothers, you got to understand their father. Their father was was pretty high up in the British, like the Royal Navy. He represented like British imperialism. Hitchens said it sucks. Christopher Hitchens said it sucks. Peter Hitchens said it's great, but it's going to be destroyed. Both of them are idiots because obviously the alternative is Catholicism, which is vastly superior to this brief but brilliant thing known as the British Empire, which is utterly destroyed now, and we need to bury it and move on. Anglo-American Israeli imperialism is a garbage heap. If you don't recognize that, you're so out of touch, it's unbelievable. It was a misguided effort from the beginning. There's nothing special about Anglo-Saxons. Have you ever seen these people? The idea that like it's fine to just wipe out natives in 2 continents is awful. But yet, in some ways they were truly Christian. They did spread Christianity. But like no one goes to the Anglican Church. Nobody, even in England, no one goes. You know why? Because you can't claim to be the head of a church because you're not able to nut into your wife and make a male heir. That's not a foundation for a church.
Yeah,
It's stupidity. And no one
Nobody
has ever really been able to make a claim that move made any sense. You don't break from Christendom because you can't produce a male heir.
Yeah, nobody believes that the King of England is the Pope, the head of the church. Nobody believes that.
Well, no one ever believed it was legitimate.
Yeah.
And they don't now, but they came up with copes. They had a lot of vitality. When you do break from something, there can be a brief amount of vitality. Like we saw it in the 60s, a lot of beautiful music, a lot of incredible like cultural, right? When the sexual revolution occurred, there was like this explosion of creativity, of music, of culture, of movies, and then it all degrades into this morass that we're in now. And we say like, well, was it worth it? No. But had to happen.
Yeah. Shall we continue?
Yeah.
And to do that, I'm going to adapt Wayne Brittenen's 2001 Political Compass, which sorted political views based on your views on economics and authoritarianism. When it comes to Christians, the compass will focus on
And by the way, if we
2
stay on this
issues.
one here, we'll go back there. Right. Okay. So you got to, okay.
Yeah.
It turns out that you are, in which quadrant? You are super blue, right? You're upper right.
I'm like here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably more like
Neo-Nazi. Okay.
here.
Sure.
Hire
Okay.
me, Nick.
I am purple. I'm not into authoritarianism.
You are a little bit. Oh, now we're doing the I'm a left-wing guy cope again. No, you're
I'm not into secular authoritarianism. No, I'm not. No, I'm into ecclesial authoritarianism, not secular authoritarianism. Politically, I am in the purple. But okay, I say you could choose what you want to do. But if I say where I am, you say no, you're not. You're.
Oh wait,
with me.
okay, wait.
It's not true.
Where would you say you are? Tell me.
It
where to
is
stop.
proper for a woman. It's very feminine for a woman to say like, I want authority. Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. I can see that.
I
Women
would say within the
lean
family,
authoritarian, men lean libertarian.
within the family, I'm upper right, but within society, I'm bottom right.
Damia says he's also at the bottom right. And you guys have the exact same MBTI personality. Interesting. Yeah, libertarian right. So would you say you're closer to the middle or over to the right, or like in between?
I've had, as you know, a lot of interactions with courts and police, and I think that like they largely do more harm than good.
Interesting.
So I would be in favor of far less, like far smaller police departments, far fewer laws, far less regulations. I think it's totally out of control how authoritarian our society is.
Mm. But
A
wouldn't
lot of
you
this
say
stuff should be taken care of socially, but we broke down the social fabric and then we revert to like authoritarianism. And like, what do police do? They'll tell you 70 to 80% of the time, in small towns, like 90% of the time, all they're doing is like breaking up like romantic relationships that are totally free. If that's not working for you, fucking figure it out or suffer the consequences. Don't make it a threesome with the police department. It makes no sense.
Well, yeah, I know. I hate that too. Dad,
Cops hate it.
We have a donut goal, right? But we don't have anything to give for the donut goal. We're halfway through. How about if we get the donut goal for 50, then we'll both take the political compass test to see if where we think we are is actually where we are. What do you guys think? At the end of the stream.
But the problem with those tests is they say like I have a problem because the questions are like it depends how you interpret the questions, but like okay, fine.
Okay.
Why don't we take the sexual tests? Because everyone says I'm a sub, right?
Okay. Wait, $50 for the political compass test.
I know how to take the test to get the result. You know what I mean? Like I'm too smart for these tests.
Okay, but just answer it honestly and don't try to get any certain type of result. Chat likes the idea. All right, let's do it. $50. If we hit the $50, we'll take the political donut goal to take political compass test. Okay. And we'll keep track of where we thought we were. I think I'm up here. My dad thinks he's, what would you say, here? Or more over to the right? Here?
See, I don't know. In some ways, I'm far right because I'm an anti-liberal. I'm about as far right as you can get. But in many ways, I actually don't think politics maps onto like worldview very well.
Why? Because there's a reality to it that like you can't be part of your ideal. Is that what you're saying?
No, because I think politics ends up like would you say that being pro like saying like anti-Semitism is a huge deal right now? Is that a right, left, or center point of view?
Anti-Semitic that's a I don't know, it could be any of them. Could be
Yeah, so I mean I think it's complicated. If you want to say like what mainstream conservatives say is center right, like Charlie Kirk's point of view is center right.
Yep.
Do I have a lot in common with him? I would say rhetorically yes, intellectually no. And politically I think that is this like fake conservative who's always going to give ground but will hesitantly give the ground all the way. I think I think that's worthless garbage. So I'm further right in that sense.
Yeah.
I think that conservatives need to make a strong case or make no case at all.
Conservatives
and just abandon engaging with society entirely, like the Amish.
Well, you're
is that
paleocon.
Yeah.
Authoritarian.
But I also think that politics is largely worthless.
Right.
Because you have to solve problems upstream, address problems upstream before the downstream even makes any sense.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's just me. That's my vocation is like I think it gets so complicated downstream that I prefer just stay upstream, and I don't have to. I know no one's asking me to run for president.
Not yet.
You should.
When it comes to
I thought we were gonna have a Oh, I'm going to. Okay, yeah, because I'm the next Anna Kasparian.
Christians, the compass will focus on two issues. First, there's the spectrum between Christians who try hard to fit into the culture and the Christians who rebel against everything that's popular. Second, there's the spectrum between Christians who
I would
are
just change that.
overly
I would
rigorous.
change that to conformist and countercultural. I don't think it's anti-conformity, but like that's how I interpret it. Okay.
Okay.
It's everything that's popular.
I can see that.
Second, there's the spectrum between Christians who are overly rigorous and those who are morally lax. So I'm not going to focus on theology.
Okay. So, looking at this, the Christian compass, let me guess where you are. You are here.
I'm in the bottom left corner. The bottom left square, the bottom left corner. Yeah.
Bottom left square, morally lax and countercultural. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
We start here. I'm like here, maybe.
You're conflicted because you're a conformist and a countercultural person.
Yeah, as a woman, I am like naturally conformist, which I don't think is a super problem because women have to be the lube to society. We can't, you know what I mean? It is not really healthy for us to be like super like, oh my god, fuck everything. I hate everything. But anyways,
I watched like we could watch this sometime, and maybe you could look it up in my history though. It's ways back. I watched a beautiful, it was like a 12-minute video from a medieval historian who was not. I think was Catholic, but not like super invested, describing late medieval Catholicism and how everyone was like there were devout people, but everyone was religious, but not everyone was like behaving well by any stretch of the imagination. And I love that vision of society, you know, where there are people like they would say like outside of mass, they would have prostitutes, like just openly sort of like hooking.
I found it, just so you know, what traditional Catholicism actually looked like. Yeah, that's interesting.
It's a great little essay. It's like it would be my vision of like a healthy society, and people online would say like, no way, how could that be? And I think like absolutely, because religion is a worldview, and people will be like good or bad within that. I don't really care about that. I don't think God really cares about that very much. Although obviously there should be an orientation towards the good, but failing constantly. You know, like that's why like people like Adam, like he can be a good Catholic and be absolutely an alcoholic. I don't see it as a problem. Religiously.
Really?
Absolutely, yeah.
But isn't he wouldn't you say he's insulting God's gift of life to him by saying like I want to die, basically? Like
yeah, but there's a kind of yeah, but what I'm saying, I don't know that he's faithfully Catholic, but if he was faithfully Catholic, that's like all God really requires of you. If you have like personal problems that destroy your life and not really anyone else's life, it's a problem if he was a father.
Well, he's
but
I find that hard to square.
I think people who are deeply melancholic and experience this world as it is, like to say like, yeah, I just can't take it. It's just, I'm too sensitive for this world. I can't take it. It's just fucking horrible. I don't have any problem with those people. I mean, I don't have a real problem
with an alcoholic committing slow suicide in front of his family.
I think it's very human, you know.
I see that.
I like the image, you know, like I personally don't really live that way, and probably if I lived around people like that, I would be less. But I like you know, the lead singer of the Pogues, Ian something was it?
Yeah. I don't think it was
rotting teeth, drunk all the time, but he always prayed the rosary. I like that idea of the decadent but faithful Catholic. I believe that he's in heaven, and he tried to bring joy. to
Shane
the world,
McGowan.
and he hated, Shane McGowan. He hated rigorism.
Mm.
And everyone was trying to do interventions on him. I mean, he never got married, never had kids. He was a drunken Irishman, you know.
Yeah,
I believe
I
God
can see
loves
what you're
people
saying
like
is
this.
human. Yeah.
Sensitive soul. You're born in Ireland. I mean,
Was Mishkin too sensitive? I don't think he was too sensitive.
I never read The Idiot. But yeah, Dostoevsky's Vision. It's just like saying, like, you know, yeah, like there's a special place for people who are really sensitive and are brutalized when they're young. It's not for me to judge them. And they can bring beauty. Hey, who among us would be able to say like they brought as much joy to the world as Shane McGowan? Like, his musical heritage is legit. And sitting in an Irish bar, singing, like that's a pretty good thing to do with your life.
Shane was the most sober Irishman.
Logical issues like heresy, which certainly makes one a bad Christian, but on these more common errors. So let's look at the first kind of bad Christian, someone who conforms to what the world wants and is morally lax. This is your classic cafeteria Christian. They pick and choose doctrines based on what makes them feel comfortable and doesn't offend non-Christians. As my inner Jeff Foxworthy would say, you might be a cafeteria Christian if the only Bible verse you know is Matthew 7:1, judge not, and you think Jesus was just a first century hippie who preached peace and love. One example of cafeteria Christians would be popular celebrities, people like Chip and Joanna Gaines, who in spite of attending an evangelical denomination, featured a same-sex couple on their TV show and blasted Christians who criticized them as, quote, judging first and understanding never. And here's the two men they picked saying why they were happy to be on their show.
It was this great, amazing opportunity to normalize same-sex couples and same-sex families. I was on board with the whole concept of continuing to normalize same-sex families.
The most common cafeteria Christian is the person who ritualistically shows up at church and thinks being loving and kind just means being nice and inoffensive. The best way to respond to cafeteria Christians is to ask them if they love Jesus and want to be like him. Then show them how Jesus said a lot more than judge not. My favorite passages include where Jesus called the religious authorities whitewashed tombs full of hypocrisy and iniquity, which shows Jesus wasn't always nice, and where Jesus said remarriage after divorce is adultery, which shows Jesus did not think sexual activity was fine as long as two people supposedly love each other. For more on this, see my episode on what Jesus taught about.
I think cafeteria Catholics are like it's fertile ground. Yes, you should. If you take one thing from like Christianity, and it's that you should be nice and respectful of others and generous and open. Mm-hmm. I'm not hating on you. Yeah, is there more to it? Is it like are there agendas in the world that we should be aware of that can undermine us? Yeah, but like these are good people. They largely weren't fed much, you know, in their catechesis, in their like the teaching. Mm-hmm. Do I have like a huge problem with these people? No.
I can definitely see that, yeah.
Like, if you're going to get something wrong, get that wrong.
Being overly generous?
Yeah.
Overly lax?
Yeah, Christianity is supposed to be kind, respectful, and open, obviously. Does that mean that, like, there aren't, like, bad actors in the world that we should be aware of? No, but, like, if you look at those Catholics, like, if you look at, there's some survey done of, like, who thinks, like, the end of the world is coming.
Yeah.
Cafeteria or liberal Catholics are the ones who are like most optimistic about life and the future. Yeah. The more religious you are, the more like you're like the world's gonna end. Which means God's failed us mostly, right? And so these are the kids I taught, you know, or the families, the kids I taught. They would just write, like, when I asked them like to write an essay like describing like salvation, they would just say like, be nice and you'll go to heaven. You know, that's all they ever, because they just heard blah 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 their whole lives. And So I don't think those people are my enemies. They're going to run into problems when they realize like the world is not is far more anti-Catholic than they might think, and you know what I mean. Like they're going to run into those things, and then they're going to become hopefully like more countercultural and realize that you got to be dug in a little bit more while you could still be a slacker. That's the important thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this obsession with homosexuality in Christianity, I just have no idea where it's coming from. I don't understand it. Do I think it's a great threat to Christianity that there are a rising number of homosexuals and homosexual? We were in a gay bar the other day. A gay bar is basically one huge joke, in my opinion. The idea that it's threatening is crazy. Remember, we're at that gay bar. It was like a straight up gay bar.
Yep.
And it's got like this thing of like daddy cruises. And then there was also something about like a homo handyman or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Why would you want a homo handyman? Okay, but it's funny, and
Your pipe
it's almost
is
like
leaking.
they understand it's sort of ridiculous to be a gay handyman because
It's
men,
camp. Like the whole thing
it's
is
kitschy.
camp. It's openly camp. It's funny. I agree with you that the idea that it's a threat is
and we both
ridiculous.
saw Lalo like go to a gay bar last night, and like I was happy for him that he's at least dealing with the issues that he obviously has. And I was hoping he'd connect with people who could maybe guide him towards like a healthy self-understanding. I don't see it as hugely problematic.
He was happy as a lark. Genuinely one of the happiest moments of Lalo's life is getting
I'm not
free
saying that
shots
I
at a
think
gay
Lalo
bar.
is gay, because I don't think any men are really gay at core, but like they have issues. So I think telling people like you have to be afraid of these monsters who are going to turn you into gays, it's like, I don't know, you are what you are, and I think it's good to be what you are and then work from there.
Yeah. I agree.
Sexuality that's why I'm on the left side of that. Sexuality, clearly our Lord was not that concerned about sexual disorder. It's all welcome to humanity. Sexuality is the one area that's always going to be messy, especially for men. I was looking at the I was looking because I was preparing for that debate, and I was looking at like the fantasies of men and women. You could pull it up. You might be able to pull it up.
Let me see.
Because I was going to get them on the thing of like, tell me what women's sexual fantasies are. And it had this like list of what men and women fantasize about, which doesn't mean they do. And like what percentage of men fantasize about this? What percentage of women fantasize about that? Do you see it anywhere? I'm sorry to like put that on you. But
do men and women have different sexual fantasies?
I think that might have been it.
Gender differences in sexual fantasy and behavior.
It was like a study. It was just like this long chart of like, threesome, what percent of women, what percent of men.
Oh, okay. Hold on 1 second.
Well, my point about it, you can maybe do a little research, look it up.
Sure.
It's pretty bad what people want to do or like where they go in this.
Well, I found this.
It wasn't actually on YouTube. It was I just like Googled it.
I know, I'm Googling it. Well, whatever. Okay, I'll look for a different one.
There is a page that just had this like chart, and people on the internet can go like, oh my God, but like I think we all know that like, especially in our day and age after the sexual revolution, like, yeah, that's where we're at, and it's fine. It's fine. There's a certain part of it that we want to like break taboos, do crazy shit, get high, use it as a drug, do more extreme things. It's like Okay, I think that's always been the case. Probably more the case now, or it's more normalized now because of porn and all that stuff. But it's not essentially very different than it's ever been.
Mm. Is this what you're talking about?
Sure. Okay, this isn't exactly it, but like, okay, so sex in an unusual place, office, public toilet, right? So like,
Yep.
men and women are into that.
Okay,
Is that a
yeah.
surprise? Is that shocking? Is that like?
No.
I could say from my experience, like, yeah, I can see that.
I would think that maybe men are a little more into that, so I wouldn't.
Oh no,
I
women.
wouldn't.
There's an aspect of female sexuality you can like parse out here. Women like to be treated like filth.
True.
So, but men are far more sexual. So if it's even, this means this is a female kink, because men are generally up for anything, just about
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, having sex with two women, right? Of course, 95%.
Of course, mostly men.
Because right, of course, one of the girls could do one thing while the other one's doing another thing, and it's like, of course, okay,
Right.
But even 37% of females are into that.
Yeah. Watching two
Okay.
women have sex, 42% of females. Having sex with a stranger, again, men more than women, but less so. Being dominated sexually, men, half of men,
Yeah.
65% of women. Dominating someone sexually, 47% women, 60% male. It's about what I would expect.
Being tied up, women.
Pretty
right?
close, though. Pretty close, being tied up.
But
Yeah,
that's
anal,
what this means is like it's a super kink for women.
Yeah, anal
So
is
women like
way
getting
more for
tied up,
dudes.
degraded, publicly humiliated. They think that's hot because they're hoe. Like it's just saying like I'm a hoe, and I'm so tired of being a fucking princess. I want you to treat me like filth and dirt. And
But not the
I think
anal sex
that's-
part. They're not into the anal. Relatively speaking, men are way more into that. If women like being degraded so much, whatever, I don't know.
I think
What does
because
that
it's
mean?
painful.
Oh, because this is assuming that the guy is, yeah, right, that it's not gay. Okay, yeah. Okay, I could see that. Yeah. Hoes being hoes. These hoes.
Like what I'm saying is like let's take this like these statistics and say like okay, what does Christianity have to say about this? I would say nothing. It's like, yeah, sounds about right. My guess is that more or less these like it may be that the percentages are higher, but like overall women have always wanted that and men have always wanted what they want, and like I don't really think God is super shocked by it. It's concupiscence,
Yeah. Yeah. RD's wife is the only one boosting up the anal sex category A.
Well, this other one I had, it included things like kids and animals and stuff. And there the percentages are much lower, but it's like a sizable percentage still that are going to say it. Then you have to say, like, are people willing to like check the box that it's honest? And what do you mean by
Right.
fantasy? But like, yeah, it's a wild fucking ride.
Yeah.
And I think the problem is overall men are more sexual than women. And if we emphasize sexuality we're like as like evil, which our Lord did not, and the church has really never done, then we end up being misandrists inevitably, because women are filthy horrors, but not as disgusting as men, which is obviously true.
As
But that's
animalistic.
consistent through all of life, men. You've never, I don't think you've ever been to a men's restroom. It's disgusting, right? And we went to the gay bar. They couldn't even have a door on the bathroom because men are so gross. Believe me, a lesbian bar
Animals.
wouldn't be like that. Yeah, they're
right.
total fucking animals.
Yeah.
And gay sex is way crazier than lesbian sex. So what? Does Jesus hate men because of that? No, I don't think he cared one bit. It's just a fact. It's just like that goes hand in hand with humanity. And when you emphasize it too much, you end up being misandrist and misogynist at the same time, hating humanity.
Yeah. I agree. It's not fair. If you say sex is evil, it's not
It's a
fair
far worse thing to abandon your faith than to have like crazy sex. It's far worse, right? Because like that's the core thing of being a human being is you know. So I would say like yeah, there's a recent thing where like James Martin brought someone into the church to be confirmed who is openly gay and
Married. Gay married.
married. Okay, whatever. Great. I don't really have a big problem with it. You've become Catholic. Okay. Maybe you haven't figured everything out as far as what that means in terms of your relationship with this dude, but like, I don't think you have to be perfect to become a Catholic. Good for you.
Yeah.
But if you run around saying like gay butt sex is fantastic, okay, well, that's a problem.
Right.
But I assume you wouldn't become a Catholic if you thought, like, you know what I mean? But like, if you're having trouble not having gay butt sex, okay, I have trouble with all sorts of stuff. Not that one in particular, but.
Davius with a $15
Thank you, Davius.
sticker. Let's go, folks.
I mean, I'm smoking right now.
Yeah.
Is Trent Horn going to do a special about how scandalous that is? Like, I don't fucking care. It's not good for me. I'm working on it.
That takes us to $40 out of $50 to take the political compass test.
Well, let's keep going,
guys. I want to see how it goes. So get the last $10 in, and we will take it at the end of the video review. Let's continue.
Homosexuality, and my episode on how the good person fallacy will send many people to hell. Links in the description below. The second bad type of Christian conforms to society, but also claims to be morally rigorous and faithful to God's revelation, and not a mere cafeteria Christian who ignores it. These are the progressive Christians. And you might be one if you say, the Bible's teaching on welcoming the foreigner applies today and requires open borders, but the Bible's teaching on homosexuality does not apply today. Or you say Christians who want to outlaw abortion are evil culture warriors, but Christians who own guns idolize the Second Amendment. The most extreme progressive Christians are those who openly reject Christian teaching on life and sexuality, as can be seen in my dialogue with Brandon Robertson, a self-described gay pastor, my response to Matthew Vines, the author of God and the Gay Christian, and my episode critiquing Catholic theologian Emily Reimer Berry for defending abortion as self-care. Texas State Representative James Tallarico says that Christians can support abortion because God gave Mary a choice.
You cannot force someone to create. Creation is one of the most sacred acts that we engage in as human beings, but that has to be done with consent. It has to be done with freedom, and to me, that is absolutely consistent with the ministry and life and death of Jesus.
Yeah, you can't force someone to conceive a child, but you can keep that person from dismembering a child who was already created. Many left-wing politicians are also on a spectrum between outspoken progressive Christians like Tallarico and cafeteria Christians who merely say they can't impose their personal views when it comes to issues like abortion. The less extreme progressive Christians like Father James Martin don't outright say the church is wrong on sins like sodomy. They just create confusion about what the church teaches and make people think the teaching is not important or that it could change in the future. The problem with Christians who love conforming to the world's expectations is that Jesus made it clear the world will hate us if we are faithful to him. He said, "If you were of the world would love its own. But because you are not of the world, but I chose you out of the world, therefore the world hates you." We have to be faithful to Christ, not a popular political program. And to be clear, this can happen on the political right, too, with people who care more about being a Republican than being a Christian, and do things like dehumanize migrants or positively promote in vitro fertilization, both of which I've criticized in previous episodes. So those are the extremes for people who focus too much on pleasing the world. St. Paul said, "Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind." However, St. Paul
if I
also
can say something
said,
about the progressive Christians, progressive Christianity is like dying super fast. Like it doesn't have a, so you could play, there's another strategy here of playing the long game and saying like, okay, well, we'll be tolerant because like this is sort of a dying thing. To see this again as like a major threat to Christianity is stupid. We'll be tolerant and eventually the truth will come out, because the problem with abortion isn't like whether or not abortion is right or wrong. It's like we see pregnancy fundamentally wrong as like an oppressive thing. until
Mhm.
we go upstream and celebrate pregnancy and celebrate children and celebrate families again, instead of framing them negatively. I'm not sure how much point there is in saying like I want to outlaw abortion. It's you could see it as like stupid.
Yeah, I think that's a
And
really good point. It's so far
basically
downstream.
European Christianity has said like, okay, we're not going to fight this war on a superficial level. Like we're going to like wait it out. And sometimes you do have to wait things out. Like slavery was morally wrong and also economically was going to end. So could there have been a better way to transition from slavery to non-slavery? Absolutely. And I think I would have been an advocate for slow change. Did World War II have to end with 2 fucking atom bombs being dropped on women and children? No. You could wait it out, even though you could say, like, yeah, the Japanese were aggressors. I'm just saying, like, usually getting rigoristic and like political either way is a waste of time. Movements are a waste of time. We need to, like, as a people, sort of, I think we just need to go upstream and kind of realize what's important. And for the time being, like, you understand why a politician is going to like be a politician.
Yeah, yeah. But it's not a politician's job, even if they are religious, to be unrealistic. Because then they're just a bad
right.
politician. You should be
Politics
a
is the
good
art of
politician.
pragmatism.
Yeah.
They should be leaning in the direction of a healthier society, but like, yeah,
Right.
they're ultra pragmatists. I mean, the reason our political sphere is such a mess is because we've embraced this idea of like realpolitik, which is like you got to get elected. You don't. What's
True,
interesting about
also.
Trump losing in 2020 was that like we had 4 years to say like, okay, yeah, this is what you get. So then we said, okay, we are going to vote for you this time.
Yeah.
Especially for Christians, a society which is choosing evil makes the case for Christianity. Like there's really no better, there has never been a better like sort of foundation for interest in religion than the sexual revolution, because you do this experiment, the church is like, we're not into this, but whatever, right? We're not running the show.
Yeah.
So you run the show and see how it turns out. And now, lo and behold, people are really interested in religion because that didn't work.
Right.
But we maybe felt like maybe it would. Wouldn't it be great if we all just like jerk off and have sex with whoever, whenever, and just like kind of emphasize individuality? Okay, we'll do it. Okay, now it's time for us to like say like, okay, yeah, we need more cohesion because we're all lonely and sad. And like this has, so I'm not opposed
works
to the
out.
sexual revolution.
Mm.
Yeah, like the church is not society. So if the church said like, okay, but here's what's going to happen, and then it happens, baller.
Yeah.
Read
like, you don't have to get
Humanity,
it
read
right.
Cassie Kanubi. They 100% predicted everything. Hugh Hefner predicted like something else. He's totally wrong.
Yep.
A shyster. All the shysters, all of the like nonsense rock and rollers, like, you know, like they're all like, they all got AIDS. They're all now seen as like like engaging in shameful activity with underage girls, rightly so. Like, but like, it seemed fun and liberating. And then we found out it's slavery.
But I think what you're saying is like you don't have to get it all right in the moment because the truth will end up coming out. So you don't have to be this like this rigorous person who's like, we have to fix it right now, because if it goes off, then people will realize it's off and it'll come back.
Yeah, God's got the world in his hands, not me. A lot of people think, especially white girls, think I'm in charge of the world. God has fucked up and I need to fix things. That's what Karens are.
Savior complex, yeah.
And they should shut the fuck up. And even men by and large are like, whatever, you know. Until it affects me, like, whatever.
Yeah. Right. Men are more naturally.
But if it affects me, okay.
Libertarianistic.
You know, but it's going to take time to repair, you know, things that have been done.
Yeah.
And it's I don't really care how much sin there is in the world. Like, that's up to God. But when my kids are affected by it, even then, I don't really. There's nothing I can do. If the U.S. foreign policy ends up with my 4 sons, your 4 brothers, dead, face down, dead in the Middle East, because we decide like to do this, it's not really my fault. I can't really do much to protect them. If they're conscripted and they die face down, bloody, like, it's terrible, but like,
What are you going to do about it individually?
well, I can only just do what I can do, which is very little. To say, like, I would like to have conversations with Jews about Zionism and Catholics about Zionism and other Christians about Zionism. But, it could happen tomorrow that they're all, well, at this point, 3 of them could be conscripted. And would I advise them to go to Canada? Absolutely. But, they never do what Dad says anyways. 2 of them don't.
Suffer.
They probably want to be in the IDF.
Plumpy, thank you for the gifted membership.
Just to spite me.
$5.
Just to spite me.
Yeah, they'll go fight for the IDF just to say fuck you, Dad. That takes us to 45 out of $50 for the donor goal. Once we hit the $50 donor goal, we will be taking the political compass test to see where we fall. $5
Thank you,
left.
Plumpy.
Thank you so much for the gifted membership. Yes, baby, you have a badge. I loathe you personally as a chatter, but enjoy your badge, yes.
But be transformed by the renewal of your mind. However, St. Paul also said, if possible, so far as it depends on you, live peaceably with all. That means we should adhere to some social norms and commonly accepted beliefs and not rebel against everything that's of this world, which is a problem with the third group of bad Christians, fundamentalists. Now, I'm not saying people who hold to the fundamental doctrines of the faith are bad. I'm using the word fundamentalist in its modern context to refer to Christians who demand of the faithful more than God himself requires, often when they read scripture or tradition according to their own rigid personal opinions. While progressive and cafeteria Christians err by allowing
MW.
what God prohibited,
Appreciate
like
it.
sins like sodomy, fundamentalist Christians err by prohibiting what God allowed. Like the fundamentalists in the movie Footloose, who wouldn't let Kevin Bacon kick off his Sunday shoes. Other signs you're a fundamentalist include saying it's sinful to kiss or even hold hands before marriage. Christians must believe the earth is less than 10,000 years old. And all role-playing games, or RPGs like Dungeons & Dragons, are evil. Fundamentalists also obligate what God merely permitted and made optional for believers. For Protestants, this might happen when a pastor says you must tithe 10% of your income to the church, which the Bible never says and the church doesn't teach. For Catholics, this might happen if an influencer says you must pray the rosary every single day to be a good Catholic. In fact, the first heretics were fundamentalist Judaizers who said circumcision was obligatory even though it is merely permitted for Christians. One classic example.
Really quick, I just want to say thank you, Damius, for
Thank
hitting
you,
the donor
Damius.
goal. Gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Let's see here. All right, we've hit the dono goal to take the political compass test. Now,
Trent Horn, by the way, is a fundamentalist Christian. He firmly is in this category. He believes that Christianity involves way more than it actually involves. He thinks you have to be a nice, bougie person. You have to be polite all the time. You can't swear. You can't acknowledge your sexual realities of sexuality. It's way over than that situation. Not true at all.
interesting. I have not heard him be referred to as a fundamentalist, but I can see the point you're making.
All of them are on social media. They're all fundamentalists.
Whoa, buddy, Pineapple with 5 gifted memberships.
Thank you very much.
I think, is that Monty? That looks like Monty in the profile picture. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Monty, you have just almost made us hit our second goal. We had the super extra dono goal. For $80, we will take the sexual compass test. So that takes us to 75.
All right, let's
Once
take
we
it.
hit 80, we will also take the sexual compass test as well. No, Dad, we're reviewing the video. We take the test afterwards.
Afterwards.
The test afterwards. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted though. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Gifted is always $5, right? I don't think you can gift lower than that. But I think that's how I'm doing the math.
Example of a fundamentalist would be the late Jack
Well, hold on a
Chick,
minute.
who's
Hold on a
printed
minute.
over
Yeah,
a billion
just wanna-
tracts.
Sure.
We got some like this thing. Vulgarity is a venial sin. Recognition of that fact isn't fundamentalist. I do think crassness can be a venial sin, but if you say like among like locker room talk, I don't think is a venial sin. Saying to someone like I got to take a piss is not a venial sin. Saying like I farted is not a venial sin. Like it depends on the context, but I do believe that like within many contexts, not formal contexts, I believe that like laying a huge fart in church and laughing about it is, disrespectful. But like we are animals, and our animal nature is part of who we are, and to communicate that we are, let's say, sexual beings, that we have a ribald sense of humor. None of this is offensive in the slightest. And Christians shouldn't have a different code. And we should use the language of our time and dress in a way that's like appropriate to our time. I don't think that to be a Christian is to be a person who acts like they're in a different time period where people talk differently. It becomes ridiculous when you get into. Remember, there was a guy. Oh, it was that Cooley guy who said like you can't have a movie. You can't, as an actor, play the role of like a cross-dresser if you're a Christian. It's
Yes,
absurd.
I do remember that. Yeah.
Even though the character in the film is a cross-dresser, it's like absurd.
Yeah.
I don't think Trent Horn would say that because it's just idiotic. But like, I don't have a problem with, people. Like, I just don't really think it's a big deal that people say like, "Oh shit," when they screw something up, or
Yeah, especially
on the
because
internet, if you say like, "This is fucking stupid," like, I don't really get it. I can understand how you say like you're referring to the act of coitus, which is a sacred act, and that like profanity. All right, so I'd be in favor of generally the culture like raising its standards, but like that's like saying to a little kid if he says like this movie sucks, to say like, oh well, actually what you're referring to there is fellatio. That's where that originates, young man. And
Right.
so like it's just
ridiculous. Also,
that ship is
vulgarity has a
stale.
lot to do with the time, right? Like, it's not a big deal for people to say shit, but it also has to do with language, right? Because Germanic language is seen like if you say feces as opposed to shit, one is vulgar,
Yeah,
one
it's
is
the
not. But they're
Latin
the
thing.
same. It means the same thing. Speaking of,
Like a doctor will say, a doctor will use more Latin terms to refer to like your vagina. But if you say like my pussy itches, like to your friend, like and they're like, no, vagina. It's like, or to your mother or something, like, my coochie itches or whatever. When you're an adult, like my pussy is like stinky or whatever. I don't know. Like, who cares?
yeah, right. Speaking of craziness, though, Monty with 5 more gifted memberships. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Really?
5. That's right,
Wow.
$50 total from Monty. Thank you so much, Monty. That's
Wow.
crazy. Thank you. Okay, that
Thank you.
brings us to $100 total. We've blown the dono goals out of the water. She says it feels like I'm at church right now.
Beautiful.
Well, thank you sincerely. Thank you, Monty. That's very, very generous.
Well, we're trying to create a space that's somewhere between, silliness on the internet and church, where we can have like a formal discussion, bring in philosophy, education, but also have a sense of humor about it. And I think a lot of people do need to be these spaces, because you go to church, you feel like, what the fuck is going on here? But if you just are like talking shit on the internet, I also feel like, well, is there any substance here at all?
Yeah, it's kind of empty. Yeah.
I'm really glad that folks seem to be responding.
Yeah, me too. It's going really great.
Yeah.
That describe many innocent things that can send you to hell. He even has a whole tract on Dungeons and Dragons that was adapted into a short parody film.
It's
I like Jack
spiritual
Chick.
warfare that you can't
know.
win without the Lord Jesus.
Fundamentalists are
Using
cool in a way
RPGs
because
to
they're so
fight
crazy.
evil will never
I kind of
work.
like it.
Yeah, I want to. Do you guys know what he's talking about here with Jack Chick tracts? So they're like short cartoons.
Yeah.
Well, let me just bring up like the most. Okay, so it's like this, right? So it's 4 panels. There's this thing. So let me pull it up here. So this guy dies or something, and he says, "Wait, look, that's me in church. See, I wasn't so bad." And then it's showing him in his.
I wonder who's
life.
winning the ball game.
I was thinking, I wonder who's winning the ball game while the pastor is preaching, or quoting the Bible. And the pastor continues quoting the Bible, and him in his life says, "I couldn't care less. What time is it?" And then the pastor continues preaching, and this guy in his past life says, "Bunk, I don't need Christ. There's nothing wrong with me. I'll make it my way." And so the guy, I don't know if he's dead or he's like seeing his past life or whatever, but he goes, "I must have been insane. What can I say? I'm lost. Without hope, without Christ, I'm guilty. Guilty."
Yeah. This appeals to you. You love this kind of stuff because your mother raised you in like an abusive view of like authoritarianism and discipline. Obviously,
you know what this
the
is?
problem.
No. You know what this is? This is the epitome of like self-questioning. Like, I'm pretty good, right? And it's like, no, you're fucking awful.
I think God I think God likes people who are in church and the priest or pastor is boring, and he's fantasizing about having sex or like getting out of here. Like I that's what it is to be a human being in church. I think it's like, but here's the thing: you showed up, you went to church.
True, you showed up.
You don't have to be like, give yourself a break. You showed up.
Yeah.
You
True.
said like, probably this is good for me, but like, I don't know, it's just not hitting. I don't want to be here. Good for you. It's like everyone who goes to work and hates it. Everyone who goes to school and hates it. Well, you showed up. That's something.
Yeah.
And maybe underneath the recalcitrance, he'd really do kind of like say like, yeah, I should be a better person. I know that the word of God is healing for me. I don't know why, this image of God being like, okay, well, you're fucked. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't love us as we are, doesn't he? Doesn't he? Do parents not love their kids when they're just like, yeah, like literally, you guys used to be in church. You're just itchy. You want to fuck around. It's funny. I wanted to fuck around with. Every time I was in church, I would look at these, but before I was like supposedly married, but even afterwards too, I would just stare at the back, the neck and hair of beautiful women and just fantasize about like how nice it would be to go home with them and have sex with them. Like, it's probably normal. What do I? And the priests are usually so fucking boring, but I get that I'm wrong. But I think that's valid, and there were some like Catholics there's always a few gorgeous Catholic girls or women who like dress well. And it's just like, yeah, you fantasize about like living in a better world with a beautiful woman who like believes in God. Great. Okay. It's not like I was sitting there jerking off in the pew, but also when you guys were kids, I loved it when you were like, you would just like shit your pants or whatever. And then I'd have, or cry, and I'd have to take you outside. And many masses, I was like, just, like pretending to take care of you outside or whatever, carry you around. But like, I was glad not to be there. I hated it. I hated the people. I hated, you know what I mean? You think God really is like, oh no, you're supposed to really like church? Like, no, it's hard for us.
He knows that it's the hardest thing for us. Yeah.
Yeah. We're
to be in the
bad
presence of God.
people.
Yeah.
I remember when I first started praying, I went like, I was near a monastery, and then this new church was built, which is a horrible church, but they had this little chapel, and I would go in there and pray, and I was constantly fantasizing about like the Virgin Mary sexually. I was just like, it's fine, it's normal. It's like, okay, here's the statue of the Virgin Mary. Why am I so obsessed with like her tits? Whatever. I'm an idiot. That's why. But at least I wasn't fantasizing about what's under the loincloth. But if I was, so what? Like, we're idiots. That's the point. We're sinners.
Yeah.
God doesn't. That's the whole point of sitting there and then just saying like, okay, can I try to focus 1% of the time?
But if you're
That's
like,
all I'm ever going to do.
it's true that if you're trying to pray, if that's like, that's where you get that impulse to like say to swear or to like do something sexually. It's just like all that stuff comes out. It's like, you
Yeah.
know what I mean? It's like
There's nothing
that your
really wrong with
facade-
it. It's just
well,
like
because
disordered.
you know that when you're in front of God, if you're like actively doing it, your facade is ripped away where it's not with other people and he can see all the dirtiness and you're kind of like, I don't want to do this. I don't want you to see this, right?
Yeah, but largely like my fantasy about like the woman with the hair, it's like, yeah, my life's hard. I'm lonely. I'm not connected with people. And the image to me of being connected is having sex with a beautiful Catholic woman and wanting to have kids. Like, what's really the problem? I want to go to church with
Yeah,
that
it's not
bitch.
a
I don't
bad
want to sit
fantasy.
here by myself.
Yeah.
I want to go to church with that bitch. Then I'll sit there because I know when we get home, she'll make me a nice meal and I'll have sex with her and play with my kids that come from having sex with her. Did that happen? Not really. But like, fuck it. It's not really a problem. God doesn't have a problem with a young man wanting to like pound some beautiful pussy.
No,
Does
that's how he
I-
made you. That's how he made you. I've got another tract here. I like this one because I like how Satan was drawn. So Timmy dies, and Timmy says, "That's me." And somebody else says, "Not anymore. You're dead. Welcome to the abyss, Timmy. You'll be here for eternity because you died in your sins." Will he get a second chance? No, Bobby. Once you die, it's settled forever. Mrs. Baxter, I don't want to turn down God's way into heaven. Then turn away from your sins, Bobby, and give your life to Jesus. Like,
Yeah.
they're not wrong,
Right.
but it's just, it's just
It's
kinda
emphasizing fear of hell,
Yes,
which is fine,
right.
but it's like that's like the beginner level, right? That is like I was reading something. Oh, we were at the Padre Pio thing, and it's like that's called imperfect contrition. Like when you say I'm sorry for my sins, but like you're only really sorry because you don't want to go to hell. Okay, not a problem. Perfect contrition is because you grow into this, and the Holy Spirit helps you. Because where you say like, I actually don't want to do these things because I want to be loving and I want to love God and He loves me. But if you never
Yeah.
get there, who cares? Who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares? Just as long as you whatever. I really just don't think the emphasis is perfection. Of course, you should love God and recognize that He loves you, and that's why He doesn't want you to sin. Not because He's like sitting there ready to like, you know what I mean?
Right. But it's okay if that's your motivation at the start.
Yeah,
whatever.
some people. When I
Valid.
teach kids, there are some kids. The only thing they're going to respond to is like a beating, and they generally, when they get older, they're like, I needed that. Okay. Then there's other kids, generally more sensitive kids, who are like would not respond well to a beating and really need to be inspired and sort of like, be accommodated so that like they can flourish. There's nothing right or wrong about either one. God created some people who need a beating and some people who need encouragement. And even within families, like you 6 kids, like some of you needed beatings. Some of you, it's the last thing you could ever, but not like beating, but like to be checked hard. Like, you're a fucking asshole. Stop being a fucking asshole. Stop it. Right. And others of you, it's like, I would never say that to you because like you're gentler souls and you need to be, especially like your brother Charlie. It's like, let's just put this kid in a good place. And he never got in a good place because of all this mayhem. But like, one's not better than the other. It's just different personalities. But we tend to say that everyone has to be a certain personality to be a Christian. It's not true.
Yes, right. That is true.
We all have to be
People tend
like
to say that. We all
polite
have to
white
be
people.
meek and polite and white. Yeah.
God
King.
loves assholes.
King with the $10 super chat. This is not the
Thank you,
time
King.
or place, but GT's knee, I'm a weak man. And FYI, this is a hacked account, not responsible. He also gifted 1 Daddy Pill membership. Thank you. Thank you for the donations, King. That takes us to
Here's the question.
115 total.
If you go to a chapel and kneel down before a statue of the Virgin Mary, and you're consumed with like sort of sexual thoughts about the Virgin Mary, would God prefer it that you not go and kneel down to avoid that, or just to do it? Of course he'd prefer you kneel down,
Yeah.
because it's going to be a conflict. It's not like you're going to have sex with a statue.
Right.
But like, so you've got some issues like loneliness. Maybe you should be with a woman and you're not. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. That's even a better prayer than someone for whom there's no conflict.
Yeah, because in a way, it's more difficult, right? It's tougher.
I think a lot of young men would have some experiences like that because they didn't have a very close relationship with their mother. And so they want mommy. They want mommy's titties. They want to be next to mommy's warm body because they didn't get it. Okay, so they said they are in front of a wood statue. And Mary wants us to have those feelings towards her, but like obviously in a more mature way. But like, that's the beginning of Marian. That's a type of Marian devotion.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean the sexual lines get crossed.
To
all the
cry
time.
in front of the statue.
Not better to avoid
of the
it.
Virgin Mary and say like, I never really had a mommy, and like, I don't feel close to women. Okay, Mary's there for you. She doesn't care. She doesn't care if you get a boner or think really crazy thoughts about her. At least she's good. She understands you. She loves you.
Yeah.
But a lot of these people, I just think they just don't recognize that that's what it's going to be. If you looked at porn, and then you're in front of a statue of a young woman who is supposed to look beautiful, of course you're gonna like your wiring is gonna be off.
Yeah, right. We gotta address that and like allow that to be there instead of saying like you have to avoid that. Now, speaking of Mary, MW is offering 2 memberships for 2.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee.
He said slow. I'm sorry, he said slow.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, MW. And King with another dono. $10 dono makes sense. ... Thank you, King.
Look, I don't want to get too into this sexual thing, but people are like, obviously, like whatever. They see it as dissonant, right? But actually, the metaphor for the church, the relationship of the church to us is the metaphor of marriage. Christ and the church, and also the church to like God to us. It is highly sexual. And we have to stop thinking of sex as dirty. But we can say it like it can become ridiculous at a certain point. But yes, there is a way in which a penis entering a vagina is a symbol of masculine energy into feminine energy, which can be seen as God's masculine energy entering us. There is a lot of this type of language for a reason. I received the Holy Spirit. When Mary received the Holy Spirit, she became pregnant. Does that have a sexual dimension to it? Absolutely. But if you want to say like, oh, well, how big is the Holy Spirit's dick? Like, okay, you're off the rails, but you're not that far off the rails. Obviously, it's not like that, but it is similar.
That's where the theology of the body comes in, right? Theology of the body, meaning our body echoes the spirituality. So sexuality is a metaphor for our relationship with God.
Right. And when like the main term that I think gets misused, and I've seen it misused by Catholics too, is the word the flesh, which is a translation, and that you do find that word in most translations of the New Testament. And I believe it's a translation of the Greek word sarx, which can refer to the body, but clearly it refers to the way in which our appetites, which are in and of themselves good, get degraded because of sin.
So like being hungry is not like the flesh, but wanting to eat
Yeah.
too much to fill the hole is
Well,
the
if you
flesh.
say like, okay, so like there there are people who are like, oh, I forget who it is. It's like, I wish, it's like the Velvet Underground. I wish this body didn't need to get fed, right? Like this is part of like the curse that we are forced to eat, right? But if you think about it, okay, like making food and eating food, like these are all delightful things. If you ever been to a farm, yeah, that's kind of like gross and stuff when cows give birth. But like, what's more cute? What's more like heartwarming than like a family farm that's filled with animals?
Sure.
And then harvesting and the beauty of food. And of course, the main thing is we should enjoy eating food with other people. It's like it's like the nicest thing in the world. We don't do it very much these days, but like I've watched recently these videos about the Amish, and it's kind of like a kind of Christian porn, you know, and you imagine like how great it would be, and I'm sure it sucks, but like, you know, these families with 12 kids, you know, having lots of, you know, and you know, unless they're crazies, that it's just like a lot of fun to have a lot of people around and to, you know, fall asleep on top of each other. And
Oh yeah.
you know, and wouldn't it be more fun if there's a bunch of crazy chickens running around and, you know, animals having sex, and you're like, right? And then you've got this like super crazy, like, don't be too worldly, right? Which makes it even more kind of wild because, like, what if I put a button here or I have an earring, like, ooh, right? And it's all very, it can all be very healthy. I think it would lean you in the direction of health, but it's a celebration of like embodiedness, right? So,
yeah.
that's why the Amish are so attractive to us. Are they also stupid somewhat? Yeah. But like families, big families with lots of kids, like there's obviously that's rooted in sex, like hardcore, like, well, I don't know hardcore, but like I would think you want to have good sex, and
Yeah. Right.
probably those kids all like more or less hear their parents fucking, and they're like, okay, yeah, that's where I came from. That's where the next 18 kids in this family are going to come from. And
Yeah.
all is good. But I think because of porn and things like that, we tend to see sex negatively.
Yeah.
And there's always a temptation to hate the body, whereas it's not the body that's the problem, although everything can be like destructive. But it's not particularly like eating food and taking a shit. That's a problem.
Yeah. Right.
You know, but we tend to have this like, even taking a shit, they used to like, it's interesting if you read like, I read a book called Humanure, and it was all about how like shit can be a great fertilizer for food.
Yeah.
If you treat it properly. And it used to be called night soil in Japan. Like the whole Japan's this little mountainous island, right? But what they did is they ate all the fish from the sea, took shits, and then they would have guys who would pay money to collect your shit so they could terraform this island with the nutrients from the sea, right? And the Japanese did this so efficiently that they were, I think, per acre, no one's ever topped them. And that's called like having a brain and recognizing that, yeah, you can take something that's sort of unfarmable and farm it if you know, see, like look at what the Irish did. They were just like, oh, just potatoes. That's it. And then when the potato
Even though
gets
they
a
live
virus,
on an
it's like, oh, well, 1
island.
million dead. Well, I better go to the pub again. You know what I mean? It's like, how about be an island nation worthy of the name?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like, I think that people have become too isolated. It's basically, this happens when you're isolated. You start to think my body is an enemy because I want to have sex, but I can't.
Yeah.
So maybe
that
my body
girl.
is the enemy. I should cut my dick off. Okay, well, or maybe you should be angry at society, like not helping you to find a place to put your dick,
Yeah.
or find another way to do it.
Right.
Not your problem.
Maybe your body is directing you towards a healthy impulse. Maybe your body's right sometimes.
Yeah, I don't want to have a dick because I want to sit here like for the rest of my life on the internet. Okay, well, maybe your dick is actually guiding you in the right direction. It's not your dick's fault. It's that you want to gratify this with your hand to get it over with. And what you should do is go outside, and if you see a nice piece of ass, go chase it.
Right. That's what you were made for.
You may end up in jail if you do it wrong, but at least you're in the game.
At least you gave it a shot. Thank you, Plumpy, for the 2 gifted memberships for the Hail Mary, and King with 2 donos, $5. Sponge accused King of being on bath salts. King responds in the super chat, I don't even use a loofah in the shower. Never salts. I'm a gel guy. Have a great day. You've been daddy pilled. Suffa Sponge. And then ZXV openly said in chat that he was hoping to bait King into responding to his chats with donos, which did work. King donated another $10.
Well done.
At ZXV, well played, but now I gotta watch football. ZXV always wins. He does always win. Thank you so much for the generosity, King. So that's actually
just a little trivia question. Are there 2 different Hail Mary prayers? Well, there's 2 different sections of it. The first section, I think, is a direct quote from the Gospel of Luke. And then the second part, Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. It comes from tradition. You can also say it differently. I like the old school way, blessed art thou amongst women, but you can say, blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb, Jesus. Whatever.
Yeah, I like it the old way too. That makes it 100.
Or you can say it in Latin. Ave Maria, gratia plena. Ave Maria, gratia plena. I used to have it memorized. Qui in celis and in terra. I don't know. I forgot it. I could remember it.
Exposed.
And if that makes you feel good, that's fine too.
That makes it $150 in total for donos today, which is awesome. Thank you all very, very much. We are going to get to our dono goals, which is taking the political and the sexual compass test. Let's continue with our review. We'll be taking the tests at the end of the review.
Wait a minute. I want to get it right.
Get what right? Oh, the Latin Hail Mary?
Ave Maria, gratia plena, Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in mulieribus et benedictus fructus ventris tui, Jesus. Salve Maria. Wait, let me see. Sancta Maria Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus, nunc et in hora mortis nostrae. Amen. You know when I learned how to pray this? I listened to a tape. You know what a cassette tape is, Chris?
I've heard of those. I know. Used to play them in the car. Yeah.
No, but I had a tape of Pope John Paul praying the Rosary, which he did in Latin, because he's Polish, but he's the Pope, so you would do Italian, but like it's the universal language. And he had a very masculine voice, and I just liked the way he said it. It seemed, and he's a saint, so
yeah.
So I'd probably say it with a Polish accent. Ave Maria, gratia plena, Dominus tecum. Benedicta tu in mulieribus et benedictus fructus ventris tui, Jesus. Sancta Maria Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus, nunc et in hora mortis nostrae. Amen. Anyways,
You're telling me you're doing that in the saint?
I don't know. I don't know what a
Paul
Latin.
II accent.
Well, that's where I heard it first. So, there's something called Church Latin, Ecclesial Latin, which is pronounced like with an Italian pronunciation, as opposed to like some people say that Latin actually didn't have all the chalice; it was calis, which is like sounds more Germanic. Anyways, and then you get into all these fucking things. You can get into real OCD of saying like I should only say it in Latin, and then like what's the most pure form of it. I got into that stuff sometimes, and it was crazy. And you get like, it's cool to be into tradition. It's fun to go to a Latin mass.
Yeah.
I really think when you start taking it too seriously and getting all wound up about it, it's like useless. You end up going to a Latin mass with like, you got like 5 books in your hand, you know, like,
yeah,
and you're like, okay, what was that one here? Okay, that one, and then the propers for the day, and you know, it's fine if you want to do that. It's like nerdy. It's cool if you're studying Latin, which is a beautiful language. Ooh. It's a beautiful language, but you don't need to speak Latin.
I studied Latin for 2 weeks. I found like this old dude who had this whole curriculum. It was when I was schooling myself, home foolery, whatever you want to call it. But it was like a whole curriculum. You could learn Latin in 2 years or something. And it had every single worksheet.
Boris.
Yo, shout out Boris. He would love this content.
He didn't even know English.
Vodka. But I learned how to say like I'm shooting the cannon off the bridge or something, and then I lost interest. It was all military, which is cool, but I couldn't follow along. But it's very simple.
I learned Latin. Yeah, the traditional ways you learn it through learning. Who is the guy? Like Julius Caesar, like the Roman. And so it's like Vidi Vinci, Vici, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And they were masters of the Latin language. It is true that Romans had. It's a beautiful language. It communicates differently. It's interesting. Of course, Hebrew is another one. Greek is another one. I have books, you know, how to learn like Greek, how to learn. It's nerdy. Yeah. It's fine if you want to do it. If you don't, it doesn't matter. It used to be that that's what education basically was.
Latin? Learning different languages?
Yeah. You would learn Latin, Greek, maybe Hebrew. And then you'd be an educated person. Because you'd also understand English much better. That's why there was a revolution in languages where they now call it like modern. Like your school is called classical high school, right?
Yeah.
What's classical about it? It's a fucking concrete bunker of a building, totally modern.
Yep.
In the brutalist style. And you learn about how to use a condom and that white people are like oppressors. What's classical about any of that? Nothing. What it used to be.
They had Latin as a language.
Yeah, so they have a remnant of it in Latin, but most people take Spanish, French, or what was it for Spanish, French, Italian?
Italian. Not German, and I don't think they had Chinese.
They'll have Chinese next, right? Or Japanese.
I would think.
So
no, they had Japanese actually. They had Japanese. Yeah.
Right, because some idiot in the 80s was like, "Well, they're going to take over. Better learn their language," and they just left it in the curriculum.
Yeah.
So
hood ass school. Yeah. Charter, by the way. Classical, by the way. Anyway.
Magnet.
Go ahead. Yep.
But the point of having a classical education is that, you know, like it would also implicitly give you access to the Western tradition, which is almost entirely Greek and Latin.
Mm-hmm.
The foundations of our culture are Greek and Latin. And any of the educated professions like law and medicine and theology would all they still require a knowledge of, like, do you know what I mean? When we've been in court, you hear these Latin phrases all the time.
Yep. Prima facie, pro se,
all that stuff. Yeah. And also medicine and obviously religion. You can read Thomas Aquinas in the original. But whatever. I can't sit here and do this all day.
Yeah. All right. Back to the video.
Some people are into languages. Languages are beautiful, interesting. If you know English, though, you don't have to. It's the beauty of it.
Yeah, that's true.
Everyone else has to.
Yeah.
speak your
Suffer.
language. It's tough.
Because RPGs are evil, Debbie.
Just because authentic Christians are ridiculed, it doesn't follow that everything that is ridiculed is authentic Christianity. And it's not just Protestants. There are Catholic fundamentalists who bind heavy burdens on the faithful, as I covered in a previous episode. Fundamentalist Catholic schismatics, like most Holy Family Monastery, even think that some
My
strange
kings!
magic is sinful, because magicians must be using demons to perform their illusions.
In this
If you guys don't know this, should we go into it? Brother
Yeah,
Diamond,
no,
he's
they're
not
the
a brother.
best.
They're the best Catholic
I'll be
dog
right
you'll
back.
ever find. Sure. Brother Diamond is not a brother. There's not a monastery. It's 100% fake when you see this. But it's just two crazy guys who got the YouTube handle Vatican Catholic and then pretended to be Catholic. And they have a series of videos talking about how, like it says here, magicians prove a spiritual world exists. And there was this whole brouhaha in the Catholic world because these guys reviewed a video of a magician and said, that's not possible what the magician did. Something like disappearing in a box. Therefore, he's using like satanic witchcraft. And then I think another Catholic YouTuber like showed how the trick works. And they were very embarrassed. They're great. They're great. They wear, it's like full LARP. They wear the monk outfit. They've got like some building somewhere that they call a monastery. It's great. Michael Diamond. What a handle to get though, am I right? No, I think VaticanCatholic.com.
Yeah.
They're like flexing on the actual Vatican. I think that they got it as a website.
They got the jump. They got the
They
jump.
got the website and then they turned that into YouTube too.
Because magicians must be using demons to perform their illusions.
In this video, I will provide overwhelming evidence that most of the top magicians, whether they know it or not, are possessed, and that they are certainly assisted by demons or fallen angels.
Now, to be clear, it's not sinful for an individual Christian to save his or her first kiss for marriage, or for them to choose to not play Dungeons and Dragons. The problem of fundamentalism only arises when you say all Christians must follow your personal opinions on issues the Lord has left open for us to discern. Also, consider this viral post on X. Every lifelong Catholic I've ever met is like, I think we're supposed to give this food to poor people. And every adult convert is like, the Archon of Constantinople's epistle on the Pentecostine rites of the Eucharist clearly states women shouldn't have driver's licenses. One of the dangers of fundamentalism is it can make people think that anyone who's excited about their faith, like many adult converts, is just an irrational fundamentalist, and true believers only promote a bland, inoffensive cafeteria Christianity. This is why we should remember the words of Pope John XXIII, who said this: "The common saying, expressed in various ways and attributed to various authors, must be recalled with approval. In essentials, unity. In doubtful matters, liberty. In all things, charity." Finally, we have the last group of bad Christians, those who rebel against society's rules and even God's rules.
That's you.
Bad Christians. Those
that is
who
exactly
rebel against society.
That is where my dad put himself in even the further square.
Yeah.
Morally lax and countercultural.
Society's rules and even God's rules. So who are these people? I divide them into two groups: the hypocrites and the barbarians.
He's got
Dad,
the Pepe frog.
Yeah. This is
He's
all
starting.
about Nick Fuentes. It's just
Yeah.
100%. It's just all a build up to groypers. I don't like the groypers.
They're meanies.
The hypocrite might
Yeah.
sound like a Puritan in his sermons or his conversations about Christianity and things like sexuality. So he's anti-conformity in that sense. But he also breaks basic moral rules almost everyone agrees about, like when he secretly sins by doing something like having an affair.
That's not really a category of Christian. That's just a type, like,
Yeah.
that
But
doesn't
I
make
also
any
like
sense.
I also like hypocrites in that sense. Like, I think it's cool if you have this like whole ministry, but you're like just banging bitches on the side. I think it's cool. I don't know why. Because I think it's like, yeah, what am I doing all this for if I'm not going to get some pussy?
Mm. Interesting.
I myself
mo-
don't agree with it, like, but I just think like all charismatic people end up, like if you got people all around you all the time, you're gonna want to have sex with some of them because otherwise they're just
Fair.
draining. They're just draining.
Yeah.
But I'm not that type of person. I don't attract other people, so
Mm.
it's like it's
Morally
I don't know. Like it's. Of course, I can't. It always, but everything that he says is always like, what's bad is having sex. It seems like this guy wants to have sex with either dudes. Almost all Christians that do this, they I think want to have sex with dudes or whores. And I think that's because their marriages suck because they're uptight. There's no celebration of male sexuality, which is pretty wild. And I think that it gets neutered in the bedroom. But whenever they point out something that's like wrong, it's always sex.
Yeah.
And I think a far worse thing is, intellectual failures. Like I don't think it's that big of a deal. There was recently a Jesuit priest who was an artist, who worked in nunneries and stuff like that. And he had confessions sometimes with the nuns, and it ended up with them having sex with them. Like, okay, yeah, it's kind of intimate. I get how that's really bad to use but I don't think he really used it. I don't think any of them accused him of, forcing anyone to do anything, but they kind of fell in love with him. And he's an artist. He's charismatic. Okay, yeah, like he's supposed to be celibate, but he wasn't. Big fucking deal. You know what I mean? That's like every priest in Africa. Because he's like, well, what do we do here? You're
Right.
just going to clean, not suck my dick.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like,
Right.
yeah. And at least it's hetero.
Juice coming in here with a chastising comment. Our Lady says more people go to hell for sexual sins than any other.
I mean, that might be true, but that doesn't mean that sexual sins are the highest level of sins.
True. Trent Horn seethes at Fuentes and the Diamonds, two people that brutally mog him in
The
every way.
diamonds.
He is a little seether, isn't he, Momo? He is a seether. He seethes and molds.
acts on the inside while appearing.
If Ben is lax in counterculture, does that mean he's pro-choice? Well, actually, the culture is pro-choice, so no. Mainstream is pro-choice.
Well, I think it's more complicated than this, but I would say that the pro-life movement is a joke. So I don't support it. It's a joke. I think what
right, but you're not
Catholics
pro-choice.
should be making the point. What Catholics should be focusing on the larger point that I think we have to go upstream of the abortion debate and say we need to celebrate pregnancy. We need to celebrate human life. We need to celebrate sexuality before we can make this kind of claim. I mean, I saw Lila Rose argue with Destiny. Do I think that that's worthwhile? I don't know. It's fairly obvious that abortion is murder. But when a culture says, I don't care, well, now you have a real problem.
Yeah.
And you can sit there and go well, murder should be wrong. And you can have guys like Destiny say autonomy or whatever stupid thing he says, but I'm not sure how worthwhile it is.
Yeah.
We're not
morally
there.
rigorous on the outside. The barbarian, however, doesn't hide his rebellion. He may be able to flawlessly recite the Nicene Creed and may even condemn modern evils like LGBT ideology.
See,
He
there it is
also
again.
openly rejects moral truths that Christians and non-Christians generally accept. For example, you might be a barbaric Christian if you think interracial marriage is sinful or disgusting or that some races deserve to be aborted. You say you hate women and praise a man like Elliot Rodgers who killed women just for not liking him.
I don't know what he's talking about. I understand this is
These
all
are
like
such extreme
subtle.
cases, of course.
Like,
Elliot Rogers. The thing about the Elliot Rogers, like, how is Elliot Rogers claiming to be a Christian? He never claimed to be a Christian.
no, but like people also like, yes, they say like King Elliot, but like it's a joke. I don't know what he's talking about. People who genuinely love Elliot Rodger, like nobody does that.
Well, let's take, like, he's saying, like, we generally don't want to talk about the bell curve, racially. Okay.
Yeah.
And he's saying, well, people who use the bell curve to argue that certain people should be aborted. Okay. Like, almost no one does that. But, like, let's say racial differences. I think Catholics should embrace that. Absolutely. It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. All that
Yeah.
people can say is, all that real, like, anyone with any honesty would say, yeah, that's true, but we can't talk about it. And that's generally the Catholic take on it. Like, fuck
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
It's true. I don't think it's a big deal at all.
Right.
But, like, when you start saying, like, Catholicism and reality are opposed, like, fuck you, Trent.
Yeah, no, it's awful.
Hate women and praise a man like Elliot Rogers who killed women just
You're
for
not going to put
liking
that
him.
cat back
And
in
you-
the bag. You're not going to put that toothpaste back in the tube. There are differences. Big fucking deal. But it is something that breaks a certain sort of, Enlightenment ideal that all men are equal in a certain way. Not true.
Yeah.
It's not true. There are real differences. They're not that big, but, like, there are real differences. So if we sit here going, how many $1 trillion do we have to pour into, like, early education to, like, get this gap closed? Like, it's proper for Catholics to say, like, that's enough. It's not going to close.
Right.
And it's fine that some people are stupid. I prefer stupid people to smart people, generally speaking. They're
Why don't
more
you
religious.
like-
They're more fun. They're more funny. They're more grounded in reality. Like, they have a lot of gifts to give. Someone's got to sweep the floor.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Who's going to
what is
clean
the
your
problem with
toilet?
that? Well, what's happened is, like, a guy like Trent Horner is like, no, we've wedded Catholicism with Enlightenment, absolute egalitarianism.
Yeah.
And, like, that's what most Catholics believe today. Well, you're a fucking conformist.
Yeah.
Who cares what
Yeah.
most Catholics believe today? That's the whole problem here, right? But you're picking and choosing. And
Mhm.
yours, he'll also say, like, oh yeah, capitalism, that's totally obviously, like, compatible with Catholicism. No, it is not. Usury is forbidden and
Right.
has been traditionally forbidden. It's a major problem especially for young people. You can wave it away and go, well, whatever.
Right.
Well, okay, but, like, why can't young people get married and have kids? The number one reason is economics. And so,
Mhm.
like,
That's
it's not
true.
a minor debate whether, like, and it does get into, like, the problem of, like, the type, a group of people who do this and have a lot of power
Yep.
to keep doing this. So you're a barbarian. Well, fuck you. You're irrelevant. You're irrelevant. Young people are going to say, I'll choose a barbarian who's willing to question things over what you are, which is someone who says you're not conformist, but you are.
Right.
Do you
And-
think anyone in power is afraid of Trent Horn? No. You do your little
No.
pro-life thing. It's very polite, and no one gives a fuck. No one gives
Right.
a fuck because you don't actually intend anything other than to politely have a conversation.
Right.
And that's not working. That's destroying our society.
And why don't you like the reality of the world that our Lord created? You're not okay with it? Well, I don't care.
I'm politely opposed to butt sex. Okay, that's all you have to say? Like, that's all that Christianity has to contribute to our culture? That's what being
Pathetic.
countercultural is?
Yeah.
God almighty. So safe.
Revile people.
It's so
extremely
safe.
safe.
Are you
yeah.
hanging out with gays? Are you interacting with gays? No, you're not. But you'll pray for them. But you'll hold your nose up, even though you probably have these issues. And why do you
Right.
have these issues? Because you're a feminist, and your wife is a feminist, and all the people you hang out with are feminists. But they say they're not feminists, but they are, which is why you're exhausted and you have no, like, vivacity. Christianity for you is just safe. It's safe.
Very safe. Yeah, extremely safe.
who disagree with you and use foul, abusive language to insult them, even though the Bible says, put them
What is his
with you
example
and
of
use
foul
foul,
language?
Look at
abusive
this
language to
disgusting
insult
fat
them,
pig.
even though the Bible says,
Look at this fucking F-tard?
Fucktard?
Fucktard, yeah.
I thought I was saying disgusting fat pussy.
Who
Pig?
knows?
says, put them all away. Anger, wrath, malice, slander, and foul talk from your mouth. Some examples of barbaric
Okay,
Christians
back
would be
to that
Corey
quote.
Mahler, a Christian
Back to that quote? Okay, here we go.
Okay, but like you got to be careful here how you interpret this, because you could condemn our Lord. He was clearly angry, wrathful, not malicious, and you have to understand what's meant by foul talk.
True.
Certainly, slander and malice like are never okay, but like the basis of male banter is ball busting, joking, I mean, like competitiveness, like you can take this to be Paul condemning masculinity.
Yes, right.
But what he's actually condemning here is kind of bitch mentality,
Yes.
which is like,
Which you could argue is what Trent Horn is doing by being so fucking passive aggressive. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
passive aggressive. Be a man and say it with your chest, Trent. God.
but what you do is you say there's 4 types of Christians who are off the rails, right? And you use examples that are so absurd.
Right.
Like that, yeah, okay, of course. But then you really get to the meat of it, which is I hate Nick Fuentes.
Right.
And you should too. And I'm not going
Right.
to talk to him because he called my wife a bitch, which
Right.
I do disagree with. I think she's super funny. And I think she's like crazy in a good way. And I do think that's unfair. But like the point is, you won't talk to him, so he's going to go low because you're being a bitch. But
Right.
I do think I just don't think that applies to her.
Right. She's not a bitch. She's crazy? Sure. I liked when Nick, when he was like, she was even on Matt Fradd's show and she does her
She's actually quite edgy.
laughter.
She made fun of all of these like douchebags in the Catholicosphere until he
Yeah.
pulled the plug on her. But she also had him a lot of times dressed up like in diapers and acting like a baby,
Yeah,
which
it
is
was-
weird. He
it
shouldn't have done
was
that.
Bizarre.
It's weird.
Yeah, that was bizarre.
But anyways, I don't think she's malicious, and I don't know that that's like not like in an attempt to like, you know, but she's an edgier creator than he is. And she
Yeah.
like, I would rather go out to a bar with her than him any day, because she'd be a lot of fun. And I think she is like probably a half drunk, you know, which is
Yes.
cool, And I think she's a little sexually wilder than he's comfortable with, which is fine, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
I'm trying to find I'm looking at her channel. I'm trying to find like so people understand what we're talking about. It's like skit content.
yeah.
I mean it's pretty safe.
Yeah.
When your husband starts jujitsu,
You should get a hobby. You seem so sad lately. I don't know, all our friends are doing like MMA or jiu-jitsu.
Why do you think I need a hobby?
she just busts his balls in every single one of these.
Well, I mean, he's obviously playing the.
Yeah, I know.
But he actually does jujitsu. Look, he's got the actual outfit, which
He
is
does.
sad.
You just shoot.
Love this.
You shoot. All you shoot up your butt and shoot right there. It's got to go through the lip. No, your butt, not your.
I feel like an OB.
It's super easy. Let me show you.
No,
it's
please
awesome.
don't. I really
Lay around.
hate this.
You grab.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Man, we were working on triangle escapes today, and those are hard. But my partner Alex actually showed me a video from John Danaher. Well, it's not John Danaher, it's Gordon Ryan. Gordon Ryan, Laura, is like the #1 no-gi champion. I'm not sure if I want to do no-gi or gi, but...
Hey, why don't you just call Alex? Like, you and him seem to just be like so the same. You know, just give him a call and talk to him about this guy and geese.
Alex is a girl, actually.
Alex is a girl.
What the fuck is going? It's hard. A lot of her stuff was somewhat incoherent.
It's
The
like
point is-
all inside baseball or something. I don't know. But the
Yeah.
point was, to show the other side of him, that he's like got a sense of humor, which he does. He has a sense of humor. She has a
Yeah.
super sense of humor. It was a little off the rails. I think people were offended, and he pulled the plug on it, and she pulled the plug on it and cried about how she's like, you know,
she made
hopes
this
to
like,
disappear.
video. Yeah, it's like I'm giving up on my channel because.
But the thing that
of hate
Fuentes,
or whatever.
the thing that Fuentes harped on, and a lot of those guys harped on, was when she said that she had had an emotional affair at work, and they busted his balls about it, and he, instead of just taking it on the chin, he made a big thing about how, it's okay to say that. Is it okay to say that if your husband's a public figure? Not really.
Yeah.
Just
no,
talk about a
it's not.
friend of yours, but like, I get how you can say like, well, it really makes me vulnerable to talk about it, but you're just cucking your husband, obviously.
Can we show I mean, Pearl called this out, right? Can we show? Do you want to show the clip, or should we save that? It's right here. It's right here.
Sure.
Got super close to a male coworker.
Make sure this isn't on 2X. Okay.
Hey, so I got super close to a male coworker, and I shared this testimony. And we used to do like a marriage encounter weekend, and I shared this testimony, and I got too close to him. And you start, I wouldn't say developing feelings, and Trent knows all this stuff, but I think that's how affairs happen. They happen very slowly. It's not like you know, just have an affair with someone. You get to know them. You're attracted to their temperament. They see the best side of you, and
that's
Trent
fine.
was very
It's
uncomfortable
true.
with it.
Yes, it's fine, but it's brutal. It's brutal.
Well, the problem with it is like implicitly, Trent wasn't doing this for her.
Right.
You know what I mean?
He was not fulfilling her emotional needs.
Like the fact that she was, which is fine. It happens in marriages, I think. You know, but like it is like if your man's satisfying you, there would be no opening for this to happen. So
Right.
it's implicitly saying like Trent wasn't giving me as a woman what I was looking for. And
Yeah.
like that is something to keep between the two of you.
But it's
Yeah.
just, it's crazy.
And you did
on
the right
Matt
thing.
Fradd's show.
You
to
did the
talk
right
about
thing
it.
because like they do say like, you know, he became aware of it, she shared it, and he said like you got to stay away from him, and she did. Okay, but that's take it to the grave. That's not for public consumption.
Right. And especially to
Yes.
wait to say that until you're
You
on
could
Matt
she could even
Fradd's
say like, you know,
podcast.
and my pussy got wet, and sometimes when I was fucking Trent, I was thinking about this guy. All that is fine, but it's not to be shared publicly.
Right. Right. So, anyways, the point being, Nick Fuentes called her a crazy bitch. I don't think she's a bitch, like a nasty
No.
woman, but she is a little kooky for sure.
But I think Nick Fuentes' problem with Trent Horn is not really that. But I get it when someone just like stiff arms you and then trashes you as like a Nazi or whatever,
Right.
whatever excuse. Like you do want to like start hitting low and saying like, "Fuck you."
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I'm gonna go pop a lasagna into the toaster. But I'm gonna let this play. I gotta go to the bathroom, and I'm gonna go pop the lasagna in. I'll be right back. Do you want me to let it play?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll talk from your mouth. Some examples of barbaric Christians would be Corey Mahler, a Christian who was excommunicated from his Lutheran denomination for racism, as can be seen in a debate where he defended the idea that God cannot sanctify black people as much as white people. And it's not just white supremacy. Black Hebrew Israelites who use vile insults and say white people are evil would be another example of barbaric Christians. Any kind of racial, sexual, or
Christians
ethnic
at all.
supremacy is wrong, because as St. Paul says, there is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither slave nor free, there is neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. For more on this, see my previous episode, How Being Based Can Send You to Hell. And among Catholics, it's not hard to find clips of Nick Fuentes saying vile things that both the church and secular society would condemn.
Jews are running society. Women need to shut the up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
And when I said in a previous episode, I wouldn't debate people who insulted
That's not
my
really
wife
making
by
an
calling her a
intellectual
crazy
point,
bitch.
though.
In other words, people like Nick Fuentes. This was Fuentes' response to me and my wife, Laura.
Oh, my family. You attacked my family. You called my wife a bitch. Well, okay, you're a bitch. She's a bitch. You're a couple of bitches. You and your wife and your whole family are bitches. You got a whole family of whiny, lying bitches. Is that better?
Well, what would be better is if you submitted yourself to a spiritual director, maybe someone like Father Ripperger, so you can learn to behave in an actually Christ-like way and not like an overgrown 12-year-old screaming into his Xbox Live headset. And on a personal note, I want to say one reason I love being Catholic is that the church has rigorously presented what is forbidden, permissible, and obligatory in the Christian life through materials like the Catechism to help us avoid the errors of moral laxity and rigid fundamentalism. But I'm also grateful for the many Protestants who strike a balance in the areas of moral rigor and help Christians be normal without acting like total normies. So those are the 4 bad kinds of Christians, and I pray you and I will not fall into one of those errors. And don't forget to check out our conference where we'll have over 20 Catholic creators present for you to hang out with in Dallas on April 11th. Register for that now at conferenceoftrent.com.
I want to go to something.
Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a very blessed day.
Of course, this leaves me dick in hand. Well, anyway, so the take on that is, oh, okay, Chris is coming back.
All right, we finished?
Yes.
You're a whole couple of bitches. And he proved him right with the passive-aggressive response.
I mean, I would agree that, like, probably it's better to take the high road, but, like, I get that people get frustrated. Like, give me a break. And he's laughing. It's a joke.
Yes.
Trent Horn is one of the best, though. He will actually, you know, like, most of these guys pretend Nick Fuentes doesn't even exist. At least he will, like, acknowledge his existence and then poo-poo him. True. But I just think that Trent Horn doesn't know how to banter.
Yeah.
Playing that clip makes you look like a bitch. I mean, it's superior banter. And I don't know why Christians feel like, okay, yeah, like, I mean, this is a universal thing among men. Should Donald Trump have said, like, Rand Paul's hair is, like, stupid looking? Yeah, it's rhetoric.
I've never gone after him. I've never gone after his image, and believe me, there's a lot to
Should he make fun of people's, like, like, immutable characteristics or call their wife basically ugly? Yeah, if it works.
He spent hours writing the Xbox Live headset.
I mean, why do you have to go as low as him, though? Like, saying, like, I hope you get a spiritual director, someone like Father Ripperger, and that might be helpful, so you don't act like a 12-year-old. Well, you're acting like a bitch. That's what a bitch would say. That's what a 7th grade girl would say, who's trying to, like, mommy you. It's like,
I
bro,
hope you heal spiritually.
Yeah, I feel sad for you, actually.
I'll pray for you. Now, Dad, we good? It'd
be better if you said, like, yeah, I'll meet up with you and I'll kick your fucking little F-slur ass.
That would be better. That would be better. 100%.
That's what you want to say. So just say it. Don't pietize it.
Who hurt you?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, we did get 150 in donos. We have 2 tests to take. I've got the lasagna cooking in the microwave.
Beautiful.
I'm using liberally there. But let's start. Let's start with the political test. Let's start with you. I'll read you these propositions, and you tell me what you think about them. You can strongly agree, disagree, or strongly disagree.
Oh, Grace.
I'm setting it up for the chat to watch along.
All right.
If economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity.
Strongly agree. Obviously, no one could possibly disagree with that.
Okay. I'd always support my country, whether it was right or wrong.
Strongly disagree.
No one chooses their country of birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it.
Strongly disagree.
Our race has many superior qualities compared with other races. That's a tricky one.
Strongly disagree.
Okay.
Or I would say disagree.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Agree.
Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified.
Disagree.
There is now a worrying fusion
Strongly
of
disagree.
information and entertainment. Okay, next page. Now the economy. We're talking attitudes here, not the FTSE index. People are ultimately divided more by class than by nationality.
Disagree.
Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment.
I wish there was a neutral. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. I have no idea, BB.
Strongly disagree.
Because corporations cannot be trusted to voluntarily protect the environment, they require regulation.
Agree.
From each according to his ability to each according to his need is a fundamentally good idea.
Strongly agree.
The freer the market, the freer the people.
Agree.
It's a sad reflection on our society that something as basic as drinking water is now a bottled, branded consumer product.
Agree.
Land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold.
Agree.
It is regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money and contribute nothing to their society.
Strongly agree.
Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade.
Agree.
The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders.
Disagree.
The rich are too highly taxed.
Disagree.
Those with the ability to pay should have access to higher standards of medical care.
Strongly agree.
Governments should penalize businesses that mislead the public.
Agree.
A genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals
Strongly
to create
agree.
monopolies. Next page. Now take a look at some of your personal social values. Abortion, when the woman's life is not threatened, should always be illegal.
Strongly agree.
All authority should be questioned.
Strongly disagree.
An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth.
I know I'm going to end up in your quadrant.
Okay. Safa, you're such a liar. You're a pretend
No,
liberal.
because okay, it all depends how you take this. An eye
I
for
understand.
an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Strongly disagree.
Retribution. Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters or museums that cannot survive on a commercial basis.
Agree.
Schools should not make classroom attendance compulsory.
Disagree.
All people have their rights, but it is better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind.
I would say I agree.
Good parents sometimes have to spank their children.
Strongly agree.
It's natural for children to keep some secrets from their parents.
Strongly agree.
Possessing marijuana for personal use should not be a criminal offense.
Disagree.
The prime function of schooling should be to equip the future generation to find jobs.
Disagree.
People with serious inheritable disabilities should not be allowed to reproduce.
Strongly disagree.
The most important thing for children to learn is to accept discipline.
Disagree.
There are no savage and civilized peoples. There are only different cultures.
Disagree.
Those who are able to work and refuse the opportunity should not expect society's support.
Agree.
When you are troubled, it's better not to think about it, but to keep busy with more cheerful things.
Disagree.
First-generation immigrants can never be fully integrated within their new country.
Agree.
What's good for the most successful corporations is always ultimately good for all of us.
Strongly disagree.
Who would agree with that? No broadcasting institution, however independent its content, should receive public funding.
Disagree.
All right. God damn these ads. Go away. Close. Okay. Next page. And how you see the wider society. Our civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of counterterrorism.
Strongly agree.
A significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in a democratic political
Agree.
system. Although the electronic age makes official surveillance easier, only wrongdoers need to be worried.
Strongly disagree.
The death penalty should be an option for the most serious crimes.
Disagree.
In a civilized society, one must always have people above to be obeyed and people below to be commanded.
Strongly agree.
Abstract art that doesn't represent anything shouldn't be considered art at all.
Agree.
In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation.
All these I'm like neutral on. Punishment should be more important. I guess agree.
Okay. It is a waste of time to try to rehabilitate some criminals.
Agree.
The business person and the manufacturer are more important than the writer and the artist.
Strongly disagree.
Mothers may have careers, but their first duty is to be homemakers.
Strongly agree.
Almost all politicians promise economic growth, but we should heed the warnings of a climate science that growth is detrimental to our efforts to curb global warming.
Disagree.
Making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of maturity.
Strongly agree.
Okay, almost done. 5 of 6. If you got through that okay, you'll find these propositions on religion a breeze. Astrology accurately
Strongly
explains many
disagree.
things. You cannot be moral without being religious.
Agree.
Charity is better than a social security as a means of helping the genuinely disadvantaged.
Strongly agree.
Some people are naturally unlucky.
Disagree. Agree. Agree.
It is important that my child's school instills religious values.
Agree.
Finally, a look at sex. Sex outside marriage is usually immoral.
Strongly agree.
A same-sex couple in a stable, loving relationship should not be excluded from the possibility of child adoption.
Disagree.
Pornography depicting consenting adults should be legal for the adult population.
Strongly disagree.
What goes on in a private bedroom between consenting adults is no business of the state.
Agree.
No one can feel naturally homosexual.
Strongly agree.
These days, openness about sex has gone too far.
Disagree.
Yeah,
I agree, I guess.
Okay. These ads are crazy. Now, let's see where you stand. All right. Okay. Where are you? Your political compass. Interesting. Authoritarian left? What? Pause?
But not really.
Interesting. Huh. Authoritarian libtard alert. Hey. What does that even mean? Who is authoritarian left? I mean, not really, but Stalin?
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden is authoritarian left? Huh.
Well, Catholicism is authoritarian more than libertarian, more community oriented, but like politically not so much. And in the American spectrum, on a lot of issues, I'm more of a centrist than like it's a mix. I end up there, but I'm either far left or far right usually.
Yeah.
So they just average it. All right, do yours now.
Pretty close to the center though. I guess you are fairly close to the center, but Economically, you're a bit to the left, and that actually makes sense. And then socially,
If you broke
you're a
it
bit
down,
to the...
I would be, yeah, like on economics, I'd be a much stronger thing. Social values, I'd be in a totally different place, but it's just because it's all averaged in.
Yeah.
So that's why I didn't vote in the last election.
You said you would be here, didn't you?
No,
you
not
said
libertarian.
you would be here.
No, not libertarian.
You said
I
no,
did.
bottom left.
I did.
You said you'd be here.
No, I said it'd be bottom right.
Bottom right,
I
libertarian.
got
Yeah,
it
because
wrong.
Damia said, yeah. You
I'm
said
exact
you'd be here.
opposite. Yeah.
Okay. Hold
All
on.
right,
I gotta
go
redo the lasagna for 16 minutes on low power. 1 second. Be right back. Confront your lack of self-knowledge.
Yes, I said libertarian, right? I just don't think these things map on very well to. You take averages. Because a lot of my answers were strongly this or strongly that, but like politically they're contradictory. They don't add up to me being like Republican or Democrat very strongly. I'm against the police state, so I differ in surveillance states, so I'm different than I would tend to be on the left.
Okay, now I
don't believe
myself,
in government.
If you
Go ahead.
scroll a bit, doesn't it explain? Authoritarian left. No, it just
Go down, go down. Wait, go up. The next chart. Up. Okay.
So your economic left, right.
All right, we got it. Oh,
okay.
Economic left, right.
Minus 3.38. I guess that's here, and then authoritarian 1.5. Okay. Anyways.
Does it break it down any further? No.
Let me scroll down. Nope.
Yeah.
Okay, that's your result. I predict that I will be over here somewhere. All right, let's give it a try. Take the test. English. Okay. Okay. All right, we're going to redo this. If economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations. Strongly agree. I would always support my country, whether it was right or wrong. Strongly disagree. No one chooses... Well, disagree. No one chooses their country of birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it. Disagree. Our race has many superior qualities compared with other races. Agree. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Strongly agree. Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified. Agree. There is now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment. Disagree. Next page. Okay. People are ultimately divided more by class than by nationality. Agree. Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. Disagree. Because corporations cannot be trusted to voluntarily protect the environment, they require regulation. Agree. From each according to his ability to each according to his need is fundamentally a good idea. Strongly agree. The freer the market, the freer the people. The freer the market, the freer the people. Disagree. It's a sad reflection on our society that something as basic as drinking water is now a bottled, branded consumer product. I guess agree. Land shouldn't be a commodity.
Your answers are almost identical to mine.
No, I've disagreed with quite a few things so far.
Almost
Incorrect.
identical.
Well, we agree on a lot of things. I mean, yeah, I'm not expecting it to be wildly different, just more to the right. Land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold. Disagree. It is regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money and contribute nothing to their society. Strongly agree. What does this mean? Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade.
Protectionism is like policies like tariffs that it's the opposite of free trade. It's like saying like protecting your nation's like steel industry or like medical or you know what I'm saying?
Okay, I agree with that. The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders. Disagree. The rich are too highly taxed. I have no idea. I'm just going to say what you said. Those with the ability to pay should have access to higher standards of medical care. Yep. Governments should penalize businesses that mislead the public. Yes. A genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals to create monopolies. Obviously. Okay. Abortion should always be illegal. Yeah, strongly agree. Get out of here. All authority should be questioned. Strongly disagree. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Agree. Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters. Agree. Schools should not make classroom attendance compulsory. Strongly disagree. All people have their rights, but it's better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind. Strongly agree. Good parents sometimes have to spank their children. Strongly agree. Natural for children to keep some secrets from their parents. Strongly agree. Possessing marijuana for personal use should not be a criminal offense. Disagree. Actually, I agree with that. I don't think it should be criminal. The prime function of schooling should be to equip the future generation to find jobs. Strongly disagree. People with serious inheritable disabilities should not be allowed to reproduce. Strongly disagree. The most important thing for children to learn is to accept discipline. Disagree. There are no savage and civilized peoples. There are only different cultures. Disagree. Those who are able to work and refuse the opportunity should not expect society support. Strongly agree. When you are troubled, it's better to not think about it, but to keep busy with more cheerful things. Agree. First-generation immigrants can never be fully integrated within their new country. Strongly agree. What's good for the most successful corporation is always ultimately good for all of us. Strongly disagree. No broadcasting institution, however independent its content, should receive public funding. Disagree. Okay. Civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of counterterrorism. Strongly agree. A significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in a democratic political system. I mean, that is true. That is a significant advantage. Although the this is why women shouldn't vote. Although the electronic age makes official surveillance easier, only wrongdoers need be worried. Yeah, no, disagree. The death penalty should be an option for the most serious crimes. Agree. In a civilized society, one must always have people above to be obeyed and people below to be commanded. Agree. Abstract art that doesn't represent anything shouldn't be considered art at all. Strongly agree. In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation. Agree. It is a waste of time to try to rehabilitate some criminals. Strongly agree. The business person and the manufacturer are more important than the writer and the artist. Disagree strongly. Mother's first duty is to be homemakers. Strongly agree. Almost all politicians promise economic growth, but we should heed the warnings of climate science that growth is detrimental to our efforts to curb global warming. Almost all politicians. Growth is detrimental to our efforts. Yeah, I somewhat agree. Making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of maturity. Strongly agree. All right, almost done.
Mm-hmm.
Next page. I want to let me do it. Next page. Oh, close. Okay, astrology. No, disagree. Cannot be moral without being religious. Agree. Charity is better than Social Security. Strongly agree. Some people are naturally unlucky. Strongly disagree. It is important that my child's school instills religious values. Agree. Sex outside marriage is usually immoral. Strongly agree. Same-sex couple in a loving, stable relationship should not be excluded from the possibility of child adoption. I agree. I think it would be better to be adopted by two gays than just to never have any parents. Porn depicting... I mean, if you're, like, above 12, I think you can handle it. Porn depicting consenting adults should be legal for the adult population. Legal? Like, you should be thrown in jail if you watch porn? Is that what that's saying?
Illegal, yeah.
Is this saying ideally? In a
Should
perfect
be.
world? Pornography should be legal? I guess disagree. What goes on in a private bedroom is no business of the state. Agree. No one can feel naturally homosexual. Yeah, disagree. These days,
Wait, go back to that
openness-
one?
Yeah.
So
If
you're
you
saying
mean like you're born gay.
you're saying people are born gay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, you're right. I meant the other way. These days, openness about sex has gone too far. Agree strongly. Okay. Where am I? Drum roll, please. What? I'm the exact same.
A little more authoritarian. Maybe.
It's the exact same. Well,
Am
feel
I
like
gay?
I answered several of those questions very differently. That's crazy. Shocker.
Same place.
I thought it would be way different. I honestly did think it would be different. Negative 3.75. What did you get? Negative 3.38. Authoritarian
You're more
2.62. So I'm more left and more authoritarian?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're here, I'm right here.
Yeah.
Both are secretly Hassan watchers. Disgusting. Slightly more commie? What the hell? Okay. All right. Now we take the sex test. Now,
You take it
guys,
first so that because I think it's
Is it manipulating me? All right. Now we take the sex test. The lasagna is still cooking up. All right. What do you look up for this? Sexual spectrum test? Sexual orientation test? Which one should we do? Sexual orientation test. Klein grid. Kinsey scale. Which one is the best one, guys? Klein grid sounds good. Okay, begin questionnaire. To whom are you sexually attracted? Different sex only. Different sex only. Future? Different sex only.
No, this isn't the test.
I wanted to do like a sexual orientation test. I identify as a woman. In the past 2 weeks, I have found a man attractive. Often. Wait, I wanted it to be like about kinks. Is this the right one?
No.
This is just gonna see if you're like gay or not. That's not what I want. I want like not sexual.
The one that's like, are you more dominant or submissive? Are you more?
Yeah. The kink scale. Carnal calibration. Unearth dormant sexual fantasies. She's afraid of the results. The big kink survey. All right, let's try this. Okay. Which category fits you best? Cis woman. Where are you at currently in your menstrual cycle? Why? Okay, ovulating. No, I'm not on birth control. Slightly get PMS. Are you currently experiencing PMS? No. You got to the survey from other. Getting catcalled on the street feels more awesome, positive, neutral, bit negative, awful. Feels pretty awesome. You're sexually attracted to people with penises exclusively. You're sexually attracted to people who appear visually somewhat masculine. You are more sexually attracted to people whose gender identity matches their genitals. Lies. Your ethnicity, white. Have you ever taken a genetic test? What the hell? You have an elevated risk of Alzheimer's? No. Your preferred relationship style is very monogamous. East United States. Can you have vaginal orgasms without clitoral stimulation?
I'll leave you to this.
You're gonna have to answer this one. Weird question in the middle. Alzheimer's makes you kinky. Rarely with great effort. How old are you? 23. In general, I haven't hooked up. In general, I end the relationship. Wait, can I go back? I don't really have a relationship. Okay. Too far. I don't usually leave romantic relationships unless there's a very serious violation. I haven't had I don't really think. As an adult, have you been the victim of sexual assault? Ooh, chat, get your screenshots out. Yes, severe. Wait, sexual assault means unwanted physical sexual contact from someone else, such as groping or rape. Does Lalo count? Do Lalo and Salvo count? I guess mild. Have you had an officially administered IQ test? No. How many people have you had sex with? Bruh! This is not what I wanted! Chat! Let's just keep the virgin thing going. If you have had multiple romantic, I'm single. Have you ever had a sexual experience with someone who did not want the experience? And you knew they didn't want it. This doesn't include... One, Adam. This doesn't include consensual non-consent, such as role-playing and abduction. Have I ever R-worded someone? Have I ever R-worded someone? No. Economically speaking, you tend to be more... apparently slightly liberal, so I guess we'll do that. Socially speaking, you tend to be more moderately conservative. Height, 5'10". Weight, 170. Okay, childhood questions. How sexually liberated was your upbringing? Slightly, well, it could go either way. My mom was repressed, dad was liberated. Overall, slightly repressed. At what age did you first begin masturbating? Well, y'all know this one. 5 or younger. I haven't had sex. What religion did you grow up in? Catholic. How important was external adherence to the religion? Church. Slightly important. How important was internal adherence to the religion? Pretty important. In your childhood culture, how did people feel about traditional gender role violations? Like women being childless bosses and men being nurturing house husbands. Not very normal. In your childhood culture, how did people feel about visible gender bending? Is it talking about my household or just like where I grew up? Not very normal. Growing up, your family was lower middle class. How clean was your childhood home? Y'all know the answer to this one. A, very more dirty. That's right. Was agency or responsibility placed more on you or the world? Buck up, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, individualism, grin and bear it, fight for change, ask for help, sympathy for suffering. I would say by my mom, yeah, moderately on me. From the ages of 0 to 14, how often were you spanked as a form of discipline? When does this end? I'm uncomfortable. Rarely. Typically speaking, how painful were the spankings? Moderately. Were you semi-regularly abused as a child? Cruel treatment? Yes. How often were you verbally abused by an adult man? Never. How often were you verbally abused by an adult woman? Often. How often were you neglected? Failing to properly feed, clothe, or shelter you? I mean, it depends. I mean, emotional neglect? They're digging deep. Sometimes. How often were you physically abused by a man? Never. How often were you physically abused by a woman? Rarely. Which best describes your parents' presence in your lives? Father present, mother absent. Did you experience sexual assault in your childhood? Mild, yes. Who was the offender? Mother. How many siblings did you grow up with? 5. You were the firstborn. Siblings are mostly male. I'm relaxed most of the time. Disagree. I sympathize with others' feelings somewhat. I deserve more respect than I get. Agree. I don't have very much power over those around me. Disagree. I shirk my duties somewhat. I have excellent ideas somewhat. I am high-powered, driven, successful somewhat. I feel little concern for others. Pretty true. I'm the life of the party. What do you guys think? I don't know. Am I the life of the party? I think I am. I worry about things. Yes. I need to feel in control. Yes. I've experienced a lot of sexual harassment. It just depends what you mean by that. Not really. I'm quiet around strangers. It depends. It's totally neutral. I like order. Yeah. I have difficulty understanding abstract ideas. Yes, totally agree. If life is a game, then I'm losing. Disagree. I find the existence of the supernatural to be plausible. Yes. To what extent do you agree with this statement? I am a narcissist. Disagree. What's your attachment style? It would either be anxious or secure. I think it's overall secure. Do you have any of the following? ADHD? No. Anorexia? No. Anxiety? A little bit. Autism? No. Bipolar 1? No. Bipolar 2? No. Body dysmorphia? No. Borderline? No. Bulimia? I know chat would disagree. CPTSD? A little bit, yeah. Depersonalization? Derealization? No. Depression? No. 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 Only if they're moderate to severe? Oh. Okay, I guess I would say they're both moderate. Nope, not the rest of them. Which of the following is the most severe for you? Anxiety. Compared to other people of your same gender and age range, you are moderately more attractive. All right, sex fantasy. We're only at part 3 of 5? The microwave's been beeping for 10 minutes. Okay. Sex fantasy. How horny have you? Okay. Moderately horny. How horny are you right now? A little horny. Check all that apply. Okay. Scenarios you find erotic tend to involve you feeling. Okay. Moderately into. Desire, yeah. Wildness, yeah. Irritation or annoyance? Yeah. Ambivalence or disinterest? Yeah, that's kind of hot. Numbness or disassociation? Not really. Calmness? Safety, warmth, yes. Love or romance, yes. Shyness or nervousness? That can be hot. Powerlessness, yes. Hesitation, oh, super. CNC. Shock or surprise? Yes. Fear? Sure. Humiliation or worthlessness? Not really. Embarrassment or shame? That can be hot. Grief or regret? Grief? No. Despair or horror? Shout out OPC Dawn. Disgust or revulsion? Okay, a little bit. Okay. Anger or tension? Yes. Hate or disdain? Yes. Cruelty or brutality? No. Power or smugness? Yes. Okay. Which is the most erotic? Tension? Okay. This is about others? Oh. Wait. That was about how I feel in the moment? Oh, okay. What would I want to feel? I would want to feel... What? Okay, for me to feel. Okay, I still think they all apply. I would want to feel... It's between desire or power. I think desire. Okay, I know that's safe, but like I do think that would be it. Okay. Okay, desire, da-da-da, da-da-da. Yeah, same thing. Safety, warmth, nervousness, vulnerability, hesitation, surprise. Embarrassment, anger, hate, smugness. Okay. Which is the most erotic for the other person to feel? Okay, that one I would say anger. Okay. Like if there's tension, they feel tension. Okay, as your sexual interests feel, as in, you require a very specific set of circumstances to feel aroused, or is there a wide variety of things arousing to you? It's a little narrow. How often do you watch or read pornographic, erotic content? A few times a month. Being honest. The type of erotic content you prefer. Entirely live action. The type of erotic content you prefer tends to be at this point, yeah, visual. How much is violent? Moderate amount. At what age did you begin watching porn or reading erotic content? 11. Have you done sex work? Depends on how you define that, but I would say no. Have you ever hired a sex worker? No. If my partner is aroused by something, I can also be aroused by it, even if I don't normally find it erotic. Yeah, sure. I'm ashamed or embarrassed about at least some of what arouses me. Yes! Engaging with or fantasizing about what arouses me feels therapeutic or healing. No, it feels embarrassing. I can get aroused by a partner doing what I like, even if I know they aren't aroused by it themselves. What does that question mean? If you're into doing something and they have no interest? I can get aroused by a partner doing what I like, even if, yeah, I'm selfish, yes. I've acted upon or experimented with all the things that arouse me. Disagree. No, I've never paid for porn. Who does that? In general, on average, the optimal amount of consent in my preferred erotic scenarios is mostly non-consenting. Yeah. Which describes you best? Slightly submissive. I'm aroused by being dominant in sexual interactions. Somewhat. I'm aroused by being submissive. Yes. I sometimes find people who have clearly reached sexual maturity but are not yet adults to be sexually attractive. A 17-year-old guy? Pause. I mean, yeah, sure, sometimes. In scenarios you find erotic, do you tend to identify with, or imagine being somewhat one specific role? I find it erotic when two people of the opposite gender to me sexually interact with each other. Somewhat, yes. You fully know what arouses you? Pretty much, yeah. In general, most erotic scenarios are... The most erotic scenarios are intense and high energy. I find cunnilingus slightly. I find blowjobs very arousing. I find dirty talking erotic. Yes. I find anal sex. Yes. I find personal free use dynamics where one partner can sexually use the other without asking or negotiating. Find personal. Why am I sweating? Yes. When I picture myself with a nude male body, I find this... Oh, with myself as a nude male body? Not arousing. I find vaginal sex... The shit is exposing you. Is it gonna require the email? Okay, very arousing, yes. If you tried very hard, could you stop being aroused by something you're into? Could I stop being aroused? Impossible. Do you feel as though you've induced new fetishes into yourself through the use... Bro! Of porn... or erotic content that otherwise would not have existed for you? Actually, no. Well... No, it was the same. Which of these following sexual positions do you find significantly erotic? Doggy, missionary, spooning. Yeah, that's it. Which of the following sex acts do you find significantly erotic? Face fucking, facial. I don't get the fisting thing. Hair pulling, hand jobs, spanking. Yeah, there we go. Which of the following is the most erotic? Oh my god, my heart is pounding. Face fucking. Oh my god, part 5 out of 5. Okay. All right, let's speed run it. Common things. Check all the following categories that contain a thing that arouses you. Okay. Okay. Appearance states. What? Contain a thing that arouses you? Oh, okay. No, okay. Body parts? No. Bondage? Not really. Clothes? No. Eagerness? Yes. Exhibitionism? Yeah, okay, sure. Gentleness? No. Humiliation? Not really. Incest? Not really. Multiple partners? Yes. Mythical? No. Non-consent? Yes. Power dynamics? That stuff is... No, not really. Roles? Yes. That's it. Pussy bumps? Okay. Check all... Okay, these are abnormal things. Okay. Very monogamous, by the way. Abnormal bodies and body parts. Gross, no. Age gaps, yeah, sure, yes. Bestiality, no. Bodily secretions, no. Brutal, no. Creepy, no. Dirt, no. Gender play, no. Mental alteration, no. Objects, cars? Reproduction, no. Transformations, no. Vor, no. I find age-related things beyond normal stuff like being attracted to people your own age to be moderately arousing. How old were you when you first experienced interest in age-related... Oh, God almighty. The one that says drowning! How old was I? How old was I when I first experienced interest in age-related sexual relationships? I don't know. 10? I find age gaps to be if you are attracted to people much younger or older than yourself. Somewhat arousing, okay? I prefer to be younger. I find the thought of being a child who has not yet reached sexual maturity to be not arousing. I find mature people to be, 60 plus. Oh my god. Slightly. I find scenarios involving age progression to be someone aging rapidly. No. Age regression? No. Caregiver? No. Eagerness? Worshipping, begging, teasing? Very arousing. Oh my god, this is going too far! OPC happy that she said slightly. How old were you? Okay, I need to take this seriously. Interest and eagerness related sexual interest. I don't know, yeah, 9 or 10, same thing. I find being worshipped to be moderately. I find worshipping someone else to be moderately arousing. I find teasing to be extremely arousing. I find scenarios where I eagerly beg others to be very arousing. This one! Yes! This one. I find scenarios where others eagerly beg me extremely. I find this is going on for way longer than I thought it was supposed to. Sexual frustration, extremely arousing, yes. It's never gonna end. It's literally never gonna end. What is this? Oh, the Jewish channel. Guys, the Jewish channel that we were on yesterday, the psychology of lolcows and the Thorpes.
In person.
They're doing a whole breakdown. Look at the title. I mean, sorry, the thumbnail. It's us in the RV.
I can't do.
They figured it out. Uh-oh. All the simps taking notes right now. Uh-oh. Where's the... running from the quiz. Okay, hold on. I'll finish the quiz and then okay. It's gonna be over soon. Which of the following do you find erotic? Accidental arousal? Sure. Worshipping female body parts? Not really. Worshipping male body parts? Not really. Stripteases? Yes. Eager service? No. Streaking? No. Trying to get impregnated? Yes. Heat? Rutting? Ew. Intentionally revealing clothing? Yes. Okay. Which is the most erotic? Oh my god. Intentionally revealing clothing. I find being a sexual exhibitionist to be somewhat arousing. I find others being sexual exhibitionists to be not really that arousing. I find being a voyeur... I'm not really a peeping Tom. I find others being voyeurs to be somewhat arousing. How old were you when you first experienced sexual interest in exhibitionism or voyeurism? It's all the same age. I find sexual scenarios involving multiple partners to be moderately very arousing. How old were you? That was actually later, maybe 13, 14. Which of the following do you find erotic? Bukkake, no. Circle jerks, no. Cheating, yes. Cuckolding, no. Yes. Double penetration, yes. Dogging, no. Free use, no. Gangbangs, yes. Harems, no. Hot wifing, yes. Orgies, yes. I'm sorry, no. Partner swapping, yes. Possessiveness, yes. Sloppy seconds, no. Soft swinging, no. Swinging, no. Threesomes, yes. Okay. Oh my god, it's never gonna end. The intellectual channel, by the way. Double penetration. Okay, I find non-consent very arousing. I don't know, same age, 9 to 10. Prefer when the non-consenting person is me. Abductions, yes. No. Coercion, yes. Unclear, yes. No. Yeah, Subway. Subway is crazy. Inebriation, yes. Rape, yes. Sex trafficking, no. Slavery, yes. Struggling, yes. Stalking, yes. Wartime raids. Slave auctions. Slave auctions. Slave auctions. Hell yeah. Okay. Yes, slave auctions. Oh my god, which is most erotic? I really like coercion. Okay. Don't take any hints from that, guys. This is fantasy, okay? Simps. Slightly. Same age. Stereotypes and professions. You find race play to be not arousing. Which of the following roles are erotic? Athletes, babysitter. No. Cheerleaders, doctors, criminals. Librarians, maids, Nazis. Yeah, sure. Nuns, nurses, priests, yep. Scientists, no. Strippers, students, teachers, yeah, students, teachers, okay. Which is the most, I'm gonna get put on a list. Which is the most erotic? Fuck. Teachers, which of the following do you find erotic? Artists, no. Neurotic mothers, popular kids, yeah. Okay. How honest when you're mostly honest? Would you like to join an anonymous directory of others to find each other by kinks? No! Is this your first time finishing the survey? Yes. Your kinkiness score is 10.33. Your kinky equivalent is Santa Claus. What does that mean? Average scores among other takers of this survey. Does that mean I'm vanilla? Did I get vanilla? Wait, what does that mean? I'm so vanilla, guys. I'm as kinky as Santa Claus. Mrs. Claus filled. What the fuck does that mean? I think it means... I think it means that the average woman is way more kinky than me. I thought I was being spicy. If that's vanilla, we're done. Cooked. No, Santa is a sexual degenerate. Trad AF. Well, I mean, Saint Nick is a freak coming down chimneys and kissing wives. How is rape play too vanilla? Well, to be honest, it is pretty vanilla. Like, this is like pretty average for women. So you basically just said you find the R word sexy. Yeah, I mean, yes, Virginia is correct. Your answers were very common, nothing out of the ordinary. Yeah, I might feel embarrassed about it because I'm sexually repressed, but the average person. I mean, what would be, like, I guess maybe animals would be kinky, like, truly kinky. Yeah, no, I'm super bland. I'm boring. Santa is coming to town. Yes, we are the same height, Sophie. All right, we finished it. All right. Intellectual content. I'm never doing one of those tests again. Okay. What are they talking? All right. The Jews are discussing the Thorpes. Momo, thank you for the $5. It means you are in the bottom 27th percent, which means that modern women are totally depraved on a scale we can't fully comprehend. It is over. It's never been this over. No, but I mean, it's pretty basic. It's pretty basic. Oh, teacher, priest. I like being younger. Ooh, wow. So kinky. So... I click on this video for mass readings and Grace is doing a kink page. Bitches ain't shit other than hoes and tricks. Okay, let's see what they're talking about. I gotta check on lasagna.
9-year-old who's trying to act like a 30-year-old. That's Lucky playing if the noise is loud, sorry. Now, a 9-year-old doesn't know how to be a 30-year-old.
How is this about us?
And as the 9-year-old is getting older, biologically, because they're in a developmentally traumatized and stunted situation, the 9-year-old isn't actually maturing emotionally, right? So you get a 9-year-old who's a 14-year-old who's acting like a 30-year-old. And then you get a 9-year-old who's a 20-year-old who's acting like a 30-year-old. Like a 9-year-old thinks a 30-year-old should act. And then when things oftentimes absolutely fall apart is when you end up with a 35-year-old who's emotionally a 9-year-old pretending to be a 30-year-old, right? And it becomes
Okay, I can kind of see that.
absolutely intolerable. And that's sometimes when you get a midlife crisis. You get
When are we doing drama?
anger out.
You know what, Gia? I should have done that whole test on Kick. But it was part of, because we were doing the political compass, and then my dad was like, "Oh, we should take a quiz on the sexual compass," and I was like, "Oh yeah, that would be fun." And then we got like way more than the donut goal for it, so I was like, "Okay, we have to do it." Anyways, I gotta go check on the lasagna. Enjoy this for a moment.
The adults and for the child is when that parent starts actually acting like the parentified child is an adult, right? And oftentimes these parents have severe problems of themselves, and they start acting like, oh, this is my life partner, this is my spouse, right? And I'm not even talking like with it actually becoming sexually intimate, which it can unfortunately become, and which is obviously completely unhealthy, right, in every way. But just that emotional bond where they feel.
Bring back Ben. Here at the Daddy Pill channel, I'm afraid that Daddy has been tired out by my hilarious little dono goals, and doesn't look like he'll be rejoining us. I'm not sure what to do at this point. I think probably I'll just raid them or something. Ruby's sweating, trying to resist the urge to cover this.
Yeah, Ben says to some degree, Grace was naturally responsible, always acted like an adult. Parentified children do because they're in a situation where they need to. I don't think it's even a nature versus nurture thing. It's just seriously a defense mechanism that really I would say families have, but including individual children have, where they just, to the best of their ability, they start acting the adult. It's just incredibly unfortunate. It's better than nothing. It is a defense structure, and it's something that's probably actually better for everyone involved than the alternative, which is that there wasn't an actual.
He's not asleep. He lost interest in the test, and now he's watching this.
That is very, very normal for somebody who has had an emotional trauma, a developmental trauma. They will tend, as someone who has been developmentally traumatized, will tend to be sexually attracted to people of the age at which they were traumatized. That's completely an expected thing.
Okay, this is drama, but we're not going to do this on this channel. I think I'm just going to raid this guy's channel since he's talking about us. If any of you guys find that interesting, we'll send you over there, and then I'll be in chat. My dad will be in chat, and we'll see if maybe he'll talk to us. That would be fun. Let me see here. Next. So we'll raid over there, and we'll call it a day for this stream. Good stream though. Thank you very much for the dono goals. I'm sorry for the donos. Crazy good donos. Really appreciate it. Lame. I don't have anything else to do. I still don't know how to send a redirect on YouTube Live Studio. Still don't know how to do that. I love you too, Zixby. Thank you. You know, Zins have saved my life, but on the other hand, they make my mouth look stupid. Don't leave though, guys. I'm just gonna eat lasagna and watch this stream with my dad. Like, we're both gonna be in chat, so stay with us. Live streaming. Close. Edit. Nope. Can somebody help me? Oh, I can't broadcast my... Ben needs to take the king test. Look, on my next drama stream, I'll make him do it, okay? I will make him do it. Because I understand we got the donos to do that. I will make him do that. Can we shit talk? Yeah, of course. Stream health, stream settings, dual stream, stream URL, stream latency, enable auto stop, closed captions, unlist live replay. Oh, edit. Okay. Redirect. Here we go. Redirect to this one. Here we go. All right. Redirect saved. There we go. I'm not trying to scam. Okay, I promise. I'm not trying to scam, but, you know. It's a rickety start, starting a new show. So. The dance thing was wild? What dance thing? Oh, Naptown's video. Ooh, we gotta cover that. Oh my god. The Wuthering Heights. I can't believe she did that. Oh my god. It's clearly the comparison was so good. I love Naptown for that. It's so satisfying. I'm not trying to scam, I'm just scamming. Next stream. Okay. Yes. Yeah, no, we should cover that. All right. On my stream, though. kick.com/ThorpeTube. All right. See you guys next time. Go over to the new stream and just chat. Just see if we can get them all to have us on and whatever. More drama. Bye.